Salut tout le monde, salut à ceux qui viennent d'arriver, j'espère que vous avez la forme, moi ça va tranquille, on est parti donc de 15h à peu près jusqu'à 20h voire 20h30 grand maximum. Donc un stream pour l'épisode 4 de L.A Noir, donc pour la suite de l'aventure. Donc pour toute information, il y a les rediffusions des anciens épisodes sur ma chaîne YouTube. Voilà, hop, je vous envoie le lien. Et donc on est parti donc pour la suite de l'aventure. Voilà. En tout cas, bienvenue à tous ceux qui viennent d'arriver. N'hésitez pas à parler dans le chat. Et puis voilà, je pense que j'ai tout dit. Donc on est parti. Hop, on va passer en jeu. Tac. Voilà, ça c'est bon. On va mettre le son du jeu. Hop. Alors, donc je crois que c'était... oui, le 1 c'était hier. Ouais. Salut Mante, comment vas-tu mon ami? Comment vas-tu?
Step back, LAPD.
Voilà. Donc là c'est où on s'est arrêté hier. C'est où il y avait eu un compte bad box, donc on va y voir ce qui se passe dans cette salle.
What's going on? That son of a bitch Hammond has jammed the door. And who are you? Carlo Arcaro, I'm his manager.
Ah, ça va super,
I'm his
montre
trainer.
la forme.
Interesting attitude to
Sur
have
L.A
towards a
Noir.
victorious athlete. Victorious? We had an arrangement. We had a goddamn arrangement! That limey bastard was paid to take a nap. He reneged, and you were out of pocket? Damn right. Me and a couple hundred other people. Stand aside.
Se pète à l'aise, hein, en mode tranquille.
He squeezed out the window. I'll put an APB out on him. Why would we do that? He won the fight fair and square. To prevent him from getting clipped. He was paid to flop. There was big money riding on this. So are we here because you lost money, or because we're investigating a prize-fighting racket? Very funny. Look around and see what you can find. Which is Hammond's locker?
Over by the pinboard, second from the end.
Alors. Donc on va fouiller toute la pièce.
Seems irrelevant.
There's a phone number we can run by R&I, plus a bunch of names and odds. You're not the only one who likes a flutter, Roy.
Donc vous me dites hein, au niveau du jeu, du son et tout si c'est bon. Hein. Normalement tout est bon. J'aimerais bien entendre les voix des personnages, le jeu, tout ça.
Probably nothing.
You look troubled.
I'm in a jam, Doctor.
Can I help, Courtney? Is it money?
No, Doctor. That's okay. Do I have your professional confidence?
Whatever you say, we'll never leave this room.
I talked some of the guys in my old unit into doing something, and it's gone wrong. I guess I did it for the wrong reasons, for short-term gain. We came home from China on the Cool Bridge.
The morphine robbery.
That was us. I thought I could get the guys a fair share. Some sort of benefit for the sacrifices
Super,
they made in the war.
Merci.
Those guys deserve it, Doctor.
Oh, I'm sure they do, Courtney. But the deserving aren't always rewarded.
Tell me about it, Doc. We shifted our stuff onto this mob-connected guy, and it's been turning up all over town. It wasn't meant to be like this.
The presumption was rather naive, Courtney.
I know that now, Doctor. But people are dying.
Might I venture a few questions?
Sure.
Do your underworld contacts have all the morphine?
No, they don't. We doled it out, hoping we could control it.
Are they pressing you for further allocation?
That's the polite way of putting it, Doctor.
I may be able to help you, Courtney.
Thanks, Doc. It helps just to talk about it.
I mean, I have a solution that will help you financially and salve your conscience.
I'm all ears, Doctor.
I will transact to take all the narcotic off your hands, and you can rest assured that it will all be medically administered. I will use the funds that I no longer require for the purchase of medication and invest them in housing developments.
Housing?
The developments in question are housing projects for former servicemen. Your return will come from the sale of the properties, and your investment will benefit those that you care for most. Does this arrangement meet with your approval?
You're a magician, Doctor.
Bon, je pense qu'on a fait le... Ah, il y a encore un truc ici. C'est barré par la fenêtre. Hey!
You better find that cocksucker and you bring him to me.
I feel bad too, Mickey. He guaranteed me he would take the flop.
I guarantee that you will be fish food if you don't bring me... Roy, you out of pocket too?
Mickey? Seems that way.
Don't worry about it. My boys are out looking for him.
Well, you'd better call them off. This is a police matter now. If anything happens to Hammond, I'll testify that you made threats against him.
Who's the Greyhound? He's a frisky one, isn't he?
Cole Phelps? Mickey Cohen.
I know who he is, Roy. I, met his brother-in-law.
I think you had the mixture pretty scared back there.
Il faut que j'ai le téléphone. Hop.
Operator, give me dispatch.
Putting you through now.
Phelps, badge 1247.
How can I help, Detective?
I need an address for the following phone number. AL345.
The address for the phone number is the Hotel L.A Noir, 6294 Leland Way, Hollywood.
Thanks, man.
Let's go.
You know the place? Flop House.
On va enquêter
Quarter
à
a night,
l'hôtel.
no questions asked.
On va le laisser
You
conduire.
drive. I need to go over the case notes.
Do we know where we're going?
Allez, let's go. La voiture de détective.
You seem to have a pretty cozy relationship with Cohen and Stompanato.
Do I note a hint of reprimand in your tone, Detective? Talking to gangsters comes with the turf. You should try out Mickey's place. He's got a haberdasher's up on Sunset. See if he can get you out of those old man's clothes that you slink around in.
It's a front for his
Il
illegal
met costard de
activities.
merde, mais il a pas vu le sien là.
It is that. But he does
Leur
carry some
saumon
very
rouge gris
sharp
là.
suits.
Ah, le mien il est mieux quand même.
If it's okay with you, I'll stick with Brooks Brothers.
Ah, moi aussi c'est pareil, c'est pour ça que j'ai refait. J'ai fait Mafia 2. J'ai refait Mafia 2, d'ailleurs il y a les rediffs sur ma chaîne YouTube. Je fais L.A Noir, parce que bon, ça approche un peu, même c'est un peu différent. Et j'ai précommandé Mafia 3 qui sort le 7. Mafia 3, je vais le commencer, bah il sort vendredi, donc temps de le télécharger, soit je le commence vendredi soir, ou soit samedi après-midi, voilà. En tout cas c'est soit vendredi ou samedi quoi. Samedi au plus tard sûr. Donc ça
Yeah,
va
what do
donner
you
quoi.
want?
Je vais le torcher à
LAPD.
masse en stream quoi.
We're making inquiries into the whereabouts of an Albert Hammond.
No one here by that name.
You sure?
Sure, I'm sure. This isn't the sort of place where people use their real names. Take a look at the
Ouais,
register
montre-le.
if you don't believe me.
Et ouais. Alors. Oh là, ah, je commence à vailler moi, salut. À 15h de
Okay,
l'après-midi.
so look for prominent Tommies. That should narrow it down.
Winston Churchill. A very patriotic Englishman is staying in room 207.
The old bulldog.
207.
Even at a flophouse, Adley can't get out from his shadow.
Let's go. Chambre 207. 207, bah voilà, juste en face. Hop. On rentre comme ça, on
Doors
frappe
are
pas.
locked.
Personne de toute façon. Alors ça c'est le dentier de
Looks
boxeur.
like he's had a broad up here.
Ah l'état de l'évier quoi. Ah putain.
She went to 5-star goddamn wedding. I think someone's had a few too many.
He must be heading home. You know, I hope he makes it.
That crooked son of a bitch? No chance.
One of these days.
I guess a fighter has plenty of time on his hands between
Cinéma
bouts.
ouais. Ah la mouche. Là j'entends bien dans cette oreille là, parce que la poubelle elle est à gauche en fait. Trop bien fait les sons quoi. Fête de chocolat.
Does Albert have somebody special? I didn't see anyone in his corner at the fight.
Instaheat. Adrian Black's product of choice. Seems like a lifetime ago.
Candy has expensive taste. Albert has his work cut out for him.
Who's Candy?
Candy
Les
Edwards,
moyens. Hein.
the lady who filled out this coupon.
All right, let's go after his girl. See if that gets us any closer.
Looks like Albert's been doing some homework. 11 grand would be a nice
3600.
little nest
Ah
egg.
ouais, ah, quand même. Ça en fait pas mal hein. Ça fait pas loin de 12 000 quoi. Salut Kevin, comment vas-tu?
Gives us an angle if he has a real love interest.
Ah. Je lève. Ouais, je pense que c'est bon, on a fait le tour. Oh. Il sort pas lui. Ah, peut-être pas. Si, normalement on a fait tout le tour. Ah. Non. Il reste un truc là.
It's still warm.
Ouais, c'est encore chaud donc il est parti il y a pas longtemps.
I spent the whole year for that car.
Let's go.
Fake sincerity? You got it.
That's the cop in the newspaper.
You know the way. You can drive.
Where are we going?
Apparemment il y a encore des
You're
indices à
behind the
l'hôtel.
wheel. All right, where
On va
to?
aller à cette adresse là, on va changer. Ok, il y a hier qui m'a posé une question si si j'allais faire les missions, enfin il y a quelques missions secondaires et tout.
So, you boxed in the
On
Marines?
verra,
We all
peut-être
did.
qu'on les fera, peut-être qu'on les fera
Standard
pas, je verrai bien.
training.
I can't imagine you ever played dirty.
The only prize for taking a fall was 1,000 push-ups.
Parce que je comptais faire 4 à 5 streams sur ce jeu là. Là on est déjà au 4ème déjà. Je pense niveau histoire, on va peut-être le finir aujourd'hui. J'ai le temps de toute façon, j'ai jusqu'à vendredi parce que je voudrais bien finir L.A Noir avant que
We need
Mafia
to know
3,
which room is Candy's.
Mafia 3 sorte, pardon.
What the hell? Skeleton
LAPD, ma'am. We're looking for Candy Edwards.
Apartment 7. You take the outside stairs by the parking lot and turn left at the top. You friends of the Italian guy?
Italian guy?
Yeah. Sleazy type? Gave his name as Carlo. I didn't like the look of him, but Candy has some funny friends.
Thanks.
This Candy broad must be as sweet as she sounds. All these gentlemen callers.
Wrinkled was not one of the things I wanted to be when I grew up.
Ouais, il est pas pressé lui.
Sounds like we're missing all the fun.
Ouais d'accord, il frappe des femmes lui.
Like hitting women, do you? This isn't gonna end well for you, friend.
Alors rien au niveau des mains.
Out cold, but breathing. Give her a minute and take a look around.
Au niveau du visage il a rien. Tout doit être dans ses poches. Alors un couteau.
Nasty weapon.
All the Italians carry them. A real man uses his fists or a gun.
Carlo here seems to have the same friends as Hammond. What are the odds on them all being bookmakers?
Hey Mervyn, Harry. George Wallace, Robert 2004. 3 ok, 3 non, ok. 3 oui, 3 non quoi.
Single
Peace.
ticket. One way. I guess there isn't a lot for Albert in Ohio. Scania sails from New York. Take a seat, Miss Edwards. We have some questions for you to answer.
Look, I haven't done anything wrong.
Ever? I find that pretty hard to believe.
Can you answer some questions now, Miss Edwards?
Sure, I've had worse. I'll shake it off.
We're trying to track down Albert Hammond. We have reason to believe he might be in danger. Do you know where he is?
No, I don't. I'm over Albert. I haven't seen him.
Save it for the suckers, Candy. Albert won big. He may not have told you, but you don't strike me as the type who leaves town when there's money to be had.
Call me anything you like, Flatfoot. I'm done with this burg and all the cheap chiselers who live here.
Do the names Harry, Mervyn, or Ray mean anything to you?
Could be anybody. How the hell would I know?
Give up these men, Miss Edwards, and we'll think about letting these charges against you slide.
What? Charges against me? All I did was try and look out for Albert. Now he skips out and I have to take beatings for him as well?
You're leaving town, Miss Edwards?
Yes, I'm going straight home.
You're lying to me. Albert finally won a big fight. I say good luck to him. But you know where he is. Let me help him, Candy.
Do
Normalement
all
là
the
c'est le
cops run
ticket,
off with the mouth?
ticket de bateau.
Prove I know where he is. I don't know
Ah,
where
c'était
he
pas ça?
is, and
Merde,
if I
putain.
did, I wouldn't tell you.
Ah la merde.
Well, get out of your way, Candy. We know you're a busy lady.
Like I said, I've done nothing wrong.
The LAPD expects a little more cooperation. You'd better watch your back, sister. Get out, Carlo, you hump. And get rid of that pig sticker. You ever pull that thing on me, I'll shoot you like a dog.
That bitch knows where Hammond is. She knows where my money's gone.
My money too, tough guy. I'll handle this.
Ah, j'ai pas eu le temps de tout fouiller l'hôtel là.
Bad people are looking to hurt Candy, and yet she's not heading straight for the train station? I smell a payoff. I say stake her out. See where she goes.
Moi j'avais pas toutes les preuves.
Tailed as
Enfin,
broad.
j'ai voulu
Don't let her
fouiller,
get away,
j'ai
but
fouillé
don't get
l'homme mais
spotted.
j'ai pas fouillé la
I'll
femme.
bring up the car behind you.
Il a fallu que je fouille les deux corps en fait. Kevin qui vous met des liens, les gens, n'hésitez pas à aller sur ma chaîne YouTube pour voir les rediffs de mes streams. Instant Gaming, mon partenaire, pour avoir des jeux à moins cher. Voilà, voilà.
Going to church doesn't make you a Christian any more than staying in the garage makes you a car.
Le pro de la filature. T'as vu?
She wants a 5-star goddamn.
Oh, genre. Bah, tu vois, Mante, je pense qu'on aurait pas fallu parler trop tôt. Putain, je me suis fait repérer du coup là. Arf, ouais, rip. Ah, mais on peut regarder les vitrines, ouais. Ah, c'est quoi, c'est un nouveau icône ton truc là? Belle. Petit logo de Simpson. Oh, ok, en fait, faut regarder toutes les vitrines. Non, t'inquiète, Mante. Oh là là, t'inquiète. Ta faute, hein, c'est de ma faute, hein, faut que je fasse plus attention. Oh, c'est bon, là je peux taper un sprint. Ce qui est bien, c'est que tout le long on peut regarder les vitrines, donc il y a des vitrines tout le long, donc c'est ça qui est bien. C'est sympa la voiture jaune. Putain, alors fait du chemin à pied là, putain. Oui, bon. Oh putain. Non. Your fall. On est là. Ah c'est chaud ouais. Là ça va à l'aise quand on rentre dans la ruelle. Là faut attendre qu'elle quitte la ruelle là pour aller jusqu'au truc. À moins qu'on peut se cacher derrière ce truc là. Ouais, si on nous voit à travers normalement mais bon. Là va à droite. Oh. Bon, on arrive.
Bookmakers?
Ah ça fait bizarre de mettre la... qu'il a mis la capote de la voiture.
Surprise, surprise.
A blonde woman just came in here.
She went out the back way. Said she was being watched.
How much did she collect?
$3,600. She cleaned me out.
On the Hammond Kid Galahad fight?
You got it. I'm not complaining. We all made a lot of money on that one. Huge plunge on Galahad, and then Hammond knocks the bum out.
So she collected the money and went out through the back door?
Nope. She made a phone call over there, wrote something on a notepad, and then left.
Ah, qu'est-ce qu'elle a marqué sur ce carnet? On voulait voir.
What are you doing? An old intelligence trick from the Marines.
Merci de ton host, Kevin, ça fait plaisir.
We know where she's headed. Let's get moving.
L'adresse. Par contre, qu'elle est partie quoi.
That's the cop.
You can drive. Fine. Where are we headed?
Il y a encore des indices à l'hôtel, putain. J'avais dû en oublier tout à l'heure.
Hammond backed himself to win.
And Candy is picking up the winnings. Smart play.
Question is Candy collecting on Albert's behalf, or is she cheating him too?
Car 11K11 King, further to your request, Bunko Fraud has 3 known bookmakers operating out of storefronts in the Hollywood area. Thrifty Liquor, 6106 Santa Monica, the Examiner Drugstore, and a Max Spirits at 1658 North Cherokee. KGPL cleared.
We better get to that next address quick. Candy will be in a hurry now.
Extra! Read all about it! She wants a 5-star goddamn wedding.
I said the whole year for that car. I think someone's had a few.
On n'aurait pas trouvé dans l'hôtel là, l'info là. Non, c'est pas ça.
Real happiness
He
is
just
marrying a girl
refuses
you
to
love
accompany me to church.
and finding out later that
Whoa,
she
this day was a total waste of makeup.
I understand you, but thousands wouldn't.
Apparemment, il nous manque des indices à Sid.
We're doped up.
On a tout fouillé là, dans la chambre. On va aller voir en bas si on trouve plus de choses.
Isn't that the cop who solved the big case and got promoted?
D'accord, la porte est ouverte, mais c'est pas ça.
Rehab is for
She wants
Twitter.
a 5-star goddamn wedding. Who's he hiding from?
On l'a déjà vérifié tout à l'heure, donc ça m'étonnerait que ce soit là. Là, voilà, le nom c'était Winston. Winston Churchill 207.
There are 3 kinds of people. Those who can count and those who can't.
Oui, les trucs dans les coffres. Là, y a rien, je crois.
Extra! Read all about it!
Bon, on ira voir après.
One of these days.
Téléphone dans l'accueil de l'hôtel. rien.
I swear, this
Ouais, c'est bizarre parce que, en fait, vous voyez, quand je prends mon carnet, lieu, là, vous voyez, c'est entouré, mais c'est pas, ça devrait être barré en fait, dès qu'on a fini. Et là, apparemment, il manque des trucs. Il y a des choses que j'ai pas trouvées. À moins qu'il faut repasser plus tard, mais à moins qu'il faut avancer dans la mission, il faut repasser plus tard, mais je trouverais ça bizarre, quoi. On a tout trouvé, sinon ça vibrait. Et là, on entend les petits bruits, mais c'est ceux que j'ai déjà trouvés. Bon, c'est pas grave, on va continuer. C'est pas grave, on verra ça plus tard.
Can you drive to this one?
Where are we going?
Allez, let's go.
Hammond is over the hill. He's a punching bag for the up-and-comers. Should know his goddamn place.
I think he knows. I think he worked out the place isn't L.A.
He's punchy. His brain's going to mush. Winston Churchill? Give me a break.
Churchill is a fighter, Roy. Hammond didn't just scribble down the first name he could think of. Advice? Detectives Phelps and Earl, LAP.
Relax, Cole. You just have a blonde in here, Mervyn?
Sure did. I'm just about to close up. She took me to the cleaners. 4,000 clams and change.
How long ago did she leave?
Maybe 5 minutes. Called a cab. Asked for a number. I told her there was a card over there by the phone.
Yellow cab. We need to get after her, fast. Operator, give me R&I.
Putting you through now.
Can you connect me to the Yellow Cab Company, Hollywood 2187, please? This is Detective Phelps, LAPD. You dispatched a cab to 1487 Ivar Avenue, Hollywood.
Voilà, la fumée de cigarette qu'il y a, quoi.
Yes, sir. Send one round from the pool.
Do you have the number of that cab?
Number 179.
Thanks.
We're done playing around. Get Mervyn to give us an address on Ray's place.
Pas de questions à lui poser, lui? Non, ok. Rien à chercher ici, ok. Ouais, un taxi 179.
You're behind the wheel.
Do we know where we're going?
Ouais, ils disent que j'ai pas tout à cet endroit là, mais c'est quoi ce délire là?
You have any idea who Ray is?
C'est bien qu'il y avait des questions à lui poser.
Not now, Mervyn. Cole doesn't have much of a sense of humor at the best of times.
Ray runs a shop up on North Cherokee Avenue, just south of Hollywood Boulevard.
You know the way. You can drive.
All right, where to?
That's the cab waiting up ahead. She's not in the car. Don't get too close.
She must be inside.
Ouais, j'avoue, monte. Il a la voix complètement défoncée, ouais.
We're on the move again, Cole. After her. Don't lose that cab.
many stops is she
Pas
gonna
repéré.
make? Hammond is full of himself, being this sure he was gonna win.
Ce serait dur à imiter sur Arma 3 en RP, j'avoue.
Whoa, back off before we get
Il est
made.
retué cet enfoiré là.
Shit, better drop back, Cole.
Ah, le taxi il a reculé d'un coup quoi. Elle a défoncé. Du coup j'ai dû reculer pour pas me faire repérer. J'ai dégommé le feu arrière.
That bitch is giving
Ah,
me
le
what
RP
I'm
ce
owed.
sera demain.
That's all I know.
Demain sur Koh-Lanta pour la finale sur Ad Astra. Faut savoir d'Astra, ça va être sympa.
What the hell?
Pull over. She's heading
Yeah, what's up?
inside. I think I just saw Hammond. I'll tail him. You get in there and stay with Candy. Make sure you don't let her see you.
Root beers all around, y'all.
I'm going to memorize your name and throw my head away.
D'accord. Je sais pas comment m'a repéré mais. Là je suis en train de regarder les papiers là.
I think I just saw Hammond. I'll tail him. You get in there and stay with Candy. Make sure you don't let her see you.
Never get into fights with ugly people. They have nothing to lose.
Everything is fine.
This guy's got a screw loose.
That's the guy from the paper. Solved that big case. You are a modest little person. Wow, that looks like a beauty.
C'est fait descendre.
Call an ambulance.
Hammond got away.
He said,
Just try and sit still, Candy.
Make
Who
me
shot you?
pay.
Was it Albert?
car.
They're
Oh,
on
ok,
the
monte.
way. I have a patrolman searching the depot.
Ad
The chief's
Astra,
putting
hein.
together a manhunt
Pas
for
Astra Life,
Hammond.
hein. Astra
You
Life
got
c'est
the
pas le
money,
même.
right?
Looks like it.
A tough bird, our limey friend.
Ad Astra.
Using his girlfriend as the bag woman and then getting greedy over the split.
Salut SNK.
He won't make it out of town.
That's how you see it?
I told you that cocksucker was a crook.
Salut, grande nouvelle armée d'ici quelques temps. Paradis va ouvrir ses portes du 100% RP IRL avec armée police, gendarme. Et bien de belles choses à prévoir pour passer une belle vie sur le serveur. Quoi, tu vas changer de serveur, SNK? Ouais, je crois que tu restais sur Agora, je comprends pas là. Ah oui, c'était sur la map d'Altis avant, ouais.
32 caliber. One shot fired.
Ouais, c'est tiré le même sur elle, tu sais. Ah, bah l'autre bout du ticket, voilà.
The Egyptian Theater.
Ah, ok. Ah, je croyais que t'avais ton projet sur Agora avec de monter. D'accord. Comment je croyais que t'avais ton projet avec Tony, c'est pour ça.
So, what now?
Et il filait de l'oseille et tout, tu vois, pour t'avances dans ton projet, quoi, tu vois. Salut la petite framboise, comment vas-tu? Merde, c'est pas ça que je voulais faire, putain, il est con. Je vais examiner le corps. Non, non, non. Non, c'est pas le corps à examiner, d'accord, ok. En tout cas, elle a pris cher. Bah, le mec il a dû partir par dehors, c'est sûr. Parce qu'il y a des trucs à enquêter là-dedans là. Ok, ça marche, SNK, le problème. Donc en fait, elle s'est fait chouer sa valise avec toute l'oseille qu'il y avait dedans, ça c'est sûr. Bon là, faut enquêter sinon.
You can drive.
Ouais.
Do we know where we're going?
Cinéma, let's go.
Poor girl. She didn't deserve that.
Poor girl. Half the precinct aren't taking a vacation this year because of her. You need to leave town a lot quicker than that if you decide to screw over Mickey C.
This seems like a long shot. Aren't they all?
Car 11K.
Message from the coroner. The cause of death was a knife wound. Repeat, a knife wound. The revolver appears to have belonged to the victim.
Son of a bitch. He stabbed her.
I thought you said real men use their fists, not guns.
That guinea cocksucker. You think he got the money too?
Come on, Roy. We're bringing this whole tragedy to its conclusion.
Bah je sais pas, hein, tu sais SNK, moi je suis à fond sur Agora, tu vois. Après à voir, hein, mais perso moi j'ai tous mes potes sur Agora quoi. Tu vois au final j'ai du mal à me décrocher. Ah voilà, faut la prendre là. Je propose pas mal de serveurs Tano en ce moment. Il y en a un qui a ouvert hier soir aussi là. Polygames là, j'ai des amis qui sont allés dessus là, ils ont ouvert leur porte hier soir, ils ont tourné à 52, putain 52 pour une ouverture, franchement les mecs ils ont bien géré quoi. Ouais, ouais ça se trouve d'ici là, je serai beaucoup moins sur Arma.
She stole those betting slips. She was running out on me.
And you were gonna let her?
No, I let her collect. I set her up. Just like she set me up. Just
Oh,
like my manager
je quitterai
set
pas
me
Agora
up.
de toute façon.
Everyone wanted me to take a dive.
Là je pars mais...
Everyone wanted me to take a short
Enfin,
one.
tu vois tester
It's
d'autres
for the
sites à Noam, au final je reviens tout le temps quoi.
You were washed up, kid! You couldn't climb, and you were too brave to sink. You were going nowhere!
Maybe, but I had heart. I was a Royal Marine, Carlo. If I lost a fight, it wasn't for lack of trying, and it wasn't for lack of courage. I didn't have much, but I had that.
I did it for you, and that's how you repay me!
You did it for yourself, and so did little boy. You did it to make a quick buck, and Candy did it to make her dream come true.
Blah, blah, blah. I've got the money, all I need to do is get rid of you.
It's gonna be a shame, kid, but that's business.
Ok, c'est le cas, ouais, bah faudra en parler, ouais.
You're making a big mistake, Arcaro.
Merci, Monty. Merci. Ciao.
Come on, Cole. Carlo's a dead man. Hammond too when I find him.
Throw out the guns.
Je suis trop loin aux pompes d'ici là.
Move, I got you. Stay down. I'm wide open here.
Oh la tête!
Where
Putain, il est pas mort. Ah si, putain, le mec, je lui ai mis une tête quoi.
Kill a cop, and it's the electric chair. It's time to come out now, Hammond.
Ça marche, la petite framboise, merci d'être passé aussi. Des bisous. Peut-être à l'heure.
Catch. The Scania sails from New York, Hammond. Be on the next train and don't ever come back.
Why?
Because I was a Marine and I once lacked courage. Everyone deserves a second chance. Now beat it.
Fuck you! That English prick is getting away with my money, Phelps.
Ouais, bah ouais, c'est le cas, ouais, je comprends. Ouais.
I'm hearing rumors of a fight that was fixed, of gangsters looking to get square, that LAPD cops might be involved. Either of you two sons of bitches know anything about that?
No, sir.
So, the dead wop who turned up
Bah, Tommy, il sera avec toi, je pense déjà, c'est le cas, c'est
a
sûr.
boxing manager who murdered Candy Edwards has nothing to do with the fix?
Absolutely not.
Earl, you're doing venereal disease citations until you can learn to stop lying to me. Phelps, got anything to add?
No, sir.
Get your uniform from your locker. You're back on the street.
T'es sérieux là? Je retourne à la circulation là? Alors indice trouvé 11 sur 11, pas mal. Question correcte 0 sur 3, ouais, par contre... Ouais, 0 sur 3 en question, c'est pas top quoi. Ah ouais d'accord, ouais, c'est mais déjà. Bordel.
187 at 5810 Murata Avenue.
Allez,
Homicide
chapitre
wants you
suivant,
over there.
la cité s'envole.
The coroner thinks the broad was whacked using the army morphine. Don't say anything, Roy. Just get over there.
Alors, enquête sur la scène de crime, ok, et nouvel indice morphine, ok. La morphine, on a déjà eu un épisode où il y avait de la morphine.
I should start introducing us as Detective Earl, and this is my science teacher, Mr. Phelps.
Your interest in my appearance.
Ah mais t'es sub sur combien de chaînes, Kevin?
Like it or not, we're a
Je
dysfunctional
rigole, hein. Moi je suis sub chez Pantoufle, puis bah depuis 10 mois je crois. Ouais.
I really hope you're joking, Roy.
Ah c'est où la sortie là? Non, faut que je remonte.
I'm thinking of moving up to a 45. I want to stop him with one round.
I was door knocking all morning, but I got a make on the car in the end.
I just don't know.
You drive. I need to go over the case notes.
Là, c'est les icônes de je sais pas, ça, je crois. Les GG là.
You seem distracted. We recovered the morphine. Some of it might be unaccounted for, so what? That's life. We did our job.
Closing one case opens another.
Do you have any idea what is really going on while we're wasting our time following this stuff?
Are you going to tell me?
The deals being done right now will change the face of LA forever, and we're wasting our time on some hump.
Someone's little girl.
Visit the morgue at the end of the month when the John and Jane Does are cremated. Their percentages. The odds for and against lightning striking.
Second floor. Apartment 6.
Premier étage, appartement 6 au fond du couloir.
Thanks.
Salut héros, comment vas-tu? Couloir à gauche, appartement 6. 7. Ouais, bah c'est déjà la portée de jeu ouverte en fait.
Bukowski, you made homicide.
That I did. Good to see you, Phelps.
You two want a hug? Or can we get on with this?
Relax, Rusty.
26 years old, fashion model. Found in the tub by the cleaning lady, Mrs. Reynoldson. She
Ouais, ça va super.
We heard
Tranquille, tranquille.
Carruthers likes to make work for people. Overdose of sleeping pills, falls asleep in the tub, rest in peace, case closed.
Here, here. Mal is 100% that it's murder.
Do you mind if I take a look around?
Sure. Go right ahead. Phelps?
Mal, we've had a look around. Rusty thinks it's a waste of time. What's your theory?
Come on, Mal. Tell us why we were dragged down here.
If the victim was alive when she entered the tub, water would have entered her lungs. The water is violently churned in the windpipe as she drowns. The result is that a lot of foam is generated. This foam is found at the mouth and nostrils in almost all cases of real drowning. Notice anything about our Vic?
May I took a look?
Be my guest. Take a closer look at her head and neck.
Bruising on the forearms, and these look like bite marks.
Very good.
A very unusual ring.
I could be wrong, but it looks like a black sapphire.
Saphir noir, putain, comment elle a été mordue. Oh là là, elle a pris cher. Délaisse Graton, comment vas-tu? Ouais, ça va la forme. On est sur L.A Noir, tranquillement. 15h jusqu'à 20h, 20h30 à peu près. On est au 4ème épisode. D'ailleurs, pour ceux qui vont revoir, la rediff est sur YouTube, hein, comme d'habitude. Deux suspects. Ouais, donc c'était deux alors. C'est L.A Noir, Scraton. C'est un jeu par Rockstar. Et édité par Rockstar. Et en fait, en gros, t'es détective. Et t'arrives sur des scènes de crime et tu dois tout détecter ce qu'il y a aux alentours pour avoir plus de preuves et d'indices, quoi. Après, t'interroges les personnes, tu poses des questions et tout. Etc. quoi. Là, y'a plus rien. Ça marche, SNK, merci d'être passé. Peut-être tout à l'heure. Et bon café. Ah ouais, sérieux, moi j'aime bien. Moi. Je l'avais fait sur PS3 à l'époque, j'avais kiffé. J'ai fait Mafia 2 aussi, la semaine dernière. Bon, c'est différent. Hein. Là, j'attends Mafia 3. Sort vendredi, je la commencerai sûrement en stream soit vendredi soir ou samedi, tout dépend parce qu'apparemment il fait 50 gigas donc 50 gigas il va être assez loin d'elle quoi. Ça marche, Raton, pas de soucis.
Barbiturates. What else is rattling around in this thing?
Allez hop, l'adresse.
We should speak to her doctor. Prescribing both drugs would make her life a roller coaster.
Donc là c'est bon. Si c'est la salle de bain c'est bon. On va fouiller le salon. Putain lui me gêne là. Oh bouge. Putain. Là c'est l'entrée.
This is all top end of town stuff. Gives us somewhere to look.
Ah merde. Vierge. Ah sur les 3 tableaux il doit bien avoir un truc de marqué derrière, c'est sûr et certain ça.
There's been a modeling assignment.
Emploi de mannequin. Ah voilà. Sûr.
It's a place to start.
C'était sûr qu'il y avait quelque chose.
Beautiful girl. Clothes certainly aren't from the Sears catalog.
Ok. Bon, au niveau des indices, en général, sur tous les chapitres que j'ai fait, je suis assez bon. J'arrive à trouver pas mal d'indices, quoi. Après, au niveau des questions, j'ai un peu plus de mal quand même.
Doesn't tell me anything.
Je pense qu'on va pouvoir lui parler.
I'm here to try and help Julia. Do you mind answering some questions?
Virginia Reynoldson, I'm just so shocked. I feel like there's something I should be doing, someone I should call.
We can make those calls, ma'am. Who needs to be notified?
That's just it. I don't know. Miss Julie doesn't have any family in town. Someone has to set her affairs in order. Mr. Henderson, maybe? Who else is there? I don't know.
If you give the details to the other detectives, ma'am, they can try and get in contact. Was Miss Randall depressed about something? Upset?
No more than normal.
Would she have killed herself for a man?
Miss Julie would never have killed herself. She was a very determined young lady. One of those people who shake the tree for all it's worth.
Did Miss Randall have many friends visit?
I'm not sure. I only come around twice a week.
C'est soit doute ou mensonge. Ah, c'est mensonge.
Why are you lying to me, Mrs. Reynoldson?
C'est sûr c'est mensonge, parce que vu comment elle tournait la tête. Mais
I will not speak ill of the dead.
après la réponse...
You can't prove that.
Bah, veste pour homme.
Who owns the
Ah, c'est ça,
smoking
yes.
I
Yes.
don't like to tell tales, you understand. That's Mr. Henderson's. An older man, very
C'était bien une veste
distinguished.
d'homme.
He seemed very much in love with her.
Where would we find him?
I'm sorry, I don't know. He said he lives in San Francisco.
Viens avec la victime.
What was it like working for Miss Randall?
Perfectly fine, officer.
Mrs. Reynoldsson, it seems like there's something
Moi,
you
j'aurais
want to tell
2
me.
sur 3.
She was very
La première, je me
high-strung.
suis gouré, ça doit être mensonge, je pense.
Lovely one moment and screaming at you the next. She wanted it all, and she wanted it damn quick. Of course, being so beautiful, it seemed like she was going to get it. Not the way it's turned out, though, is it?
Thanks, Mrs. Reynoldsson. You've been very helpful. One of the other detectives will take your statement, and then you can go home.
Ah, ils ont enlevé le corps, ok. Il prend encore des photos, je sais pas pourquoi, alors que le corps il est plus là.
Stefan, Rusty, we'll take a look around outside and then follow up these leads. Can you get some guys to run down the jacket?
You think Carruthers has called it right?
He rarely gets it wrong.
I don't know. I'm a Galloway. I've met enough girls in my time who can't handle their dope.
Kurwa, nie skurwa.
Let me guess.
You can drive.
Hiding from the wife?
Fine, where are we headed?
Oh, il y a encore des trucs. Attends, il y a encore des trucs à chercher là. Ah, ça on a déjà vu tout à l'heure. Y a rien d'autre dans la veste, c'est chelou ça. Vas-y, mais le photographe il casse les couilles là. Putain. Comme devant mon passage quoi. Bah non, apparemment il y a tout. Chelou.
I was going to scrub the bathroom. And there she, floating. I really can't talk about this anymore.
Bon, bah non, je pense que c'est bon. On va peut-être repasser plus tard, peut-être, je sais pas. Ah, les deux portes qui sont restées ouvertes quoi. Lol.
You're behind the wheel. Can you drive to this one?
Bukowski, Galloway, quite the little reunion in there. Almost brought a tear to my eye.
They're good police.
How would you know? You got promoted so fast you barely had time to learn their names. Let me fill you in. Bukowski's a pushover. Galloway's a drunk.
You could learn a thing or two.
You know the way. You can drive.
Where are we going? Please. They couldn't work a vice case if their life depended on it.
I don't see why they'd be any better or worse at it than me.
I noticed you said better. Hubris disguised as humility. Kind of your trademark, don't you think?
Why do you always twist everything? Galloway's got nothing to prove. He's been on homicide for years.
And he's welcome to it. You're a terrier, Phelps, and that's what I need. Not some old bulldog who can't get up a flight of stairs without coughing up his lunch.
Here, Stoneman, office 505.
Dernier étage 505. Porte l'ascenseur.
I swear, if we locked up every doctor in this town, Vice would be able to work half days.
Yes, sir, your name?
LAPD. We'd like to see Dr. Stoneman.
Dr. Stoneman is with a patient. Would you like to wait?
No, we wouldn't. Tell him we want to see him now.
There's no need to be rude.
Save it, sister.
Dr. Stoneman, I have some gentlemen from the LAPD here to see you.
Send them in, please. I'll see this patient again after they've left.
Your investigation is much more important than my sciatica.
Dr. Stoneman, we are investigating the death of one of your patients, Julia Randall.
I'm very sorry to hear that.
Do you mind if we ask you some questions about Ms. Randall?
Not if it doesn't compromise doctor-patient privilege, Detective.
How well did you know Miss Randall?
Barely at all. She'd only been a patient 6 months or so.
You didn't like her, did you?
It wasn't a question of like, Detective. She was incredibly beautiful. When you looked in her eyes, you knew how a mouse felt before a snake. Not an ounce of warmth there.
You wrote Julia Randall a prescription for Benzedrine. How can you account for that?
Miss Randall was in the fashion business. She wanted to control her weight.
Benzedrine is addictive, as I'm sure you know, Doctor.
As I warned her, but she was determined. She said she needed it to control her appetite.
Sounds like you knew her pretty well.
I knew the line of work she was involved in.
That'll be all for now, Dr. Stone.
1 sur 2.
We'll be in touch.
Alors, descends par la fenêtre ou quoi? Non.
It doesn't appear to be connected. Incidental.
Merde. Ah, on peut pas fouiller la petite boîte là? Ah non, ok. On jouera toujours autour parce qu'il y a toujours des trucs à fouiller.
Maybe if... No.
If you will excuse me, I have patients to attend to.
The old boy's lying.
About what?
Comment ça se fait là?
I don't know. He looked relieved when you said she was dead. That's a strange reaction to have to the death of a young patient.
Can you drive to this one?
Do we know where we're going?
Boutique de vêtements de luxe, ouais, de la femme. Allez, let's go, on va voir ça.
Have you noticed how croakers only pull out the physician-patient privilege card when they got something to hide?
There are certain things people have a right to keep private.
Until it gets in the way of police work. And it's only private when it suits them. A couple of drinks and every doctor I've met will spill your darkest secrets in a heartbeat.
Salut Raph, comment vas-tu?
Well, hello. What can I help you with?
LAPD, ma'am.
I hope I haven't done anything wrong.
No, ma'am. We're making some inquiries about Julia Randall. Does she work here?
No, I had to let her go. Is she in some sort of trouble?
Ça va, super, tranquille.
She was found dead this morning.
En stream pour la suite de L.A Noir. Alors, c'est pas une kill. Alors, carrière professionnelle
How long had Julie worked
de
as a
victime.
model?
Well, she worked in New York before coming here. She was a very beautiful girl.
Could you tell us why you let Miss Randall go?
Husbands sometimes come in here with their wives. When Julia Randall modeled, the husbands were often more interested in her than they were their wives' dresses. The wives weren't happy, and neither was I.
Did she have any close friends here?
Actually, yes. Heather Swanson. Would you like to speak with her?
I'd like that very much. Please don't inform her about Miss Randall's death.
Very well, officer. Heather, these gentlemen are from the LAPD.
I'm Detective Phelps. This is Detective Earl. I understand that you worked with Julia Randall, Miss Swanson?
Yes. Julia helped me get my job here. She's not in any kind of trouble, is
She's
she?
a hellraiser, isn't she? Lives a fast life.
Oh, no. Maybe Mrs. Stanley would call her that, but I wouldn't. She's full of life, a wonderful company.
That's a lovely engagement ring.
Do you like it? Henry gave it to
I'm
me.
very interested in engagement rings. Do you mind if I take a closer look? That's some pearl,
Pas
Miss
magnifique.
Swanson.
T'as dû écouter.
Would have cost
Non,
Henry a
oui.
fortune. He must really love you.
Comme un peu la bague noire de la femme qu'on a trouvée dans la salle de bain.
How did you meet Julia?
I was introduced through my fiancé, Henry Arnett.
Henry is your beau. Tell us about it.
Yes, he is. Henry had a fashion business. He and Julia had been friends for years.
Are Miss Randall and Mr. Henderson engaged?
Who's he?
She was wearing a sapphire engagement ring. Someone must have given it to her.
She never mentioned a man named Henderson to me.
That's all for now, Miss Swanson. Could you ask your fiancé to visit Hollywood Police Station? It would be very helpful to our inquiry.
Now, wait a moment. I don't think I'll pass on that message until you tell me why you're asking all these questions.
Julia Randall was found dead this morning.
What? Oh, no. Oh, I can't believe it. She was so full of life.
Ah, c'est une sacrée vie hein, d'être détective, hein, je te le dis moi. Salut aussi Driss, comment vas-tu?
Phelps, badge
Le
1247.
nouveau Twitch pue le caca. Ouais, c'est vrai qu'il est un peu bizarre le. Ouais. Hier, je parlais avec 2-3 potes streamers aussi. Et c'est vrai qu'on le trouve pas. On le trouve un peu bizarre, ouais. Je préférais l'ancien, je pense, que c'est parce qu'on n'est pas habitué, tu vois, mais. C'est vrai que maintenant, quand tu vois le nombre de vues, follow et tout, ou le stream, c'est au milieu, c'est plus en haut. Quand tu modifies le titre et tout, c'est pareil, c'est vrai que c'est un peu bizarre, ouais. Et ouais.
That's that cop. Seems like a decent guy.
You drive. I need to go over the case notes.
Fine, where are we headed?
Ça va, je me suis cassé la gueule.
Look, that's the latest thing.
Je me suis cassé la gueule et
Nice
moto
move
hier.
not
En
telling
moto
old
plutôt, tu veux
sweet
dire,
lips
non?
in there about her friend
Ah ouais,
making
ça
a
tu
big
peux dire ça
jump
va.
till we were half out the door.
Ouais, ça va, je me suis cassé
Very
la gueule en
slick.
moto,
I
tranquille,
figured
ça va
we'd
bien.
get more out of her that way.
Ouais.
You're learning, Phelps. We'll make a vice cop out of you
Ouais,
yet.
ça a dû faire mal en effet. Borg, à droite.
Are you drunk, mister, or you just cracked?
Oh là! Non, c'est pas ici.
Oh, not on your life,
Non merde,
Buster.
putain, le bureau il est à côté. Ah, c'est là.
Cole, Roy, I have some information for you.
You're the only person enjoying this, Mal. Get on with it.
The bruising confirms 2 sets of hands, so we have 2 killers. Death was caused by heart failure due to an overdose of morphine.
Have you dragged us down here to gloat? We already heard your theory.
We agree that she was murdered.
Yes, of course.
I have something else to show you.
All right, Mal, what gives?
The dead guy's name is Jimmy LeBlanc, career burglar. He came in this morning. Someone stove his head in with a lump of 2x4.
So what? Good
Boy,
riddance.
putain, il a pris
I
cher.
found 2 syrettes in his jacket pocket.
Wow.
Hang on a minute, Roy. We're listening now.
No sign of morphine use and no metabolized morphine in his blood. Scratch marks on his face.
Which could be from getting his head remodeled.
Time of death, Mal.
Maybe an hour or 2 after the Randall girl.
So you're saying Laughing Boy here could be one of our killers? That's a hell of a long shot.
Thanks, Mal. We'll check it out.
I found something else.
You want to grab me too with ketchup on the root beer?
Putain, il a pris cher! Ouais, putain.
You lout. What was that for?
Sorry, I don't play.
I don't know if it's significant. His wallet was empty. The only other things he was carrying were the harmonica and the morphine. Carruthers. Yeah, he's here. I'll send him over. They have a guy called Henry Arnett in interview 2 for you next door. Let me know how you get on.
Sure, Mal. And thanks for the lead.
Sure, Mal, thanks for the lead.
Ouais, ça aurait pu être pire, ouais, carrément. Ça aurait pu être pire aussi, Driss. La bonne étoile, ouais.
You can drive.
Non.
All right, where to?
À chaque fois qu'il me dit que j'ai fini avec l'hôpital, à chaque fois ils me disent qu'il me manque des trucs.
My sister's always been lucky when it comes to her weight.
Isn't he the cop that won the medal and is solving all the cases?
Oh, en même temps, je peux pas trouver plus.
What I miss?
Faudra qu'il ait des infos dans son
America
bureau.
kind of understands it's about giving, not getting.
Ouais, heureusement aussi. Hein.
You're behind the wheel. Fine, where are we headed? This is the place.
Red Hollywood.
Let me guess. You're lost in
Little
my
twist.
eyes.
She was 13 if she was a day.
Hey, I gave his wife a shot. I said all fair in love when you are.
Ah, c'est où que je dois aller là?
Yeah, the bum took a swipe at me. Put him down with my saddle.
Arnett is in interview too, Phelps.
Ah, voilà.
Go help him get whatever it is off his chest.
Là c'est l'interview.
Yeah, I want to make homicide. You know you've got it made if you can get to that desk.
Mr. Arnett, I'm Detective Phelps. This is Detective Earl. Thanks for coming in.
Call me Henry. It's the least I could do. Terrible news about Julia.
Ah bah oui, oui. Ça c'est plus important quand t'es en
How well
moto,
did you know
quand t'es bien
Julia
équipé.
Vaguely.
L'équipement a dû
I'm in
prendre
the
cher
clothing
aussi, je pense.
business, and
Ton
Julia
casque,
occasionally-
la poubelle. En général, quand t'as un accident de moto, ton casque, il est foutu quoi. À l'intérieur, bien sûr.
And you were close? We were friends.
Miss Randall's landlady said she was seeing an older man.
Could have been. I wasn't privy to all the details of Julia's private life.
Spill it, Henry. You know nothing about a
Ah,
man named
j'ai deux mauvaises
Henderson?
réponses quoi.
Yes, you're right. Henderson, yeah. Very distinguished.
How about a first name, wise guy? An address, maybe?
I'm sorry, I don't. I think he lives somewhere out of town. Somewhere back east.
Ever heard of a Jimmy LeBlanc?
No. Should I have? Is he an entertainer or something?
So you wouldn't have any reason to believe that LeBlanc would be involved in Julie Randall's murder?
If this guy is a criminal, he might have been involved. But like I said, I've never heard of this LeBlanc character.
Ah ouais, le casque il est mort de l'intérieur, c'est sûr. Quand tu tombes une fois avec ton casque, l'intérieur est mort, t'es obligé de le changer quoi.
The thing was, he was a really nice guy. I felt lousy tolerating him.
Some kind of traveling salesman?
Once I got out of the Corps, I used my...
You were in the Marines?
Sure. I'm proud of it. Fighting 6th.
You were in the 6th Marines?
Yes. I was a captain.
Which company?
Various companies. We had a lot of casualties.
Which engagements?
Okinawa. A couple of other places.
That will be all for now, Henry. You've been very helpful.
That son of a bitch was never in the Marines. Why'd you let him off the hook?
Because we're giving him a couple of minutes before we start tailing him. Arnett is an amateur. We need to find out.
Prendre en filature, ouais.
Can you pass this on to Bukowski? Have him check the place out and go through.
Ouais, bah heureusement.
I'll pass it on.
Thanks.
Sur 100 mètres, ah ouais. Bah, heureusement qu'elle a rien pris parce que putain. Ça aurait banqué sinon. Hein.
Have him get in touch via
Ah ouais, la pâture, ouais, bah oui. Je suppose, ouais. Ah, après, si c'est que des rayures, vaut mieux que ce soit ça que plusieurs choses, quoi.
He's in that car at the lights.
Ah ouais, bah oui. Ah, c'est quoi sa voiture là?
He was squirming like a worm in
La
there.
voiture
Don't
du
you
Belge.
love it when they pull the war hero excuse?
La belle Z
Actually,
puissante.
maybe you don't.
I'd have expected a cad like Arnett to be a better liar.
Ah, vaut mieux que ce soit la voiture que toi, hein. La moto, pardon. La voiture. Là, j'ai envie d'atchoum, du coup ça me fait... Wow, putain. Ah ouais, rip. Rip,
Where are you
en effet.
taking us, Henry?
Comme un fou là.
Now would be a bad
Il est
time
con,
to
lui,
forget
le
how to
type, là.
drive. Careful, we'll get spotted at this distance.
That idiot never stepped foot in Okinawa.
Que des dégâts matériels, ouais. Et un bleu sur le cul. Ah putain.
He needs money and fast. Get in there and find out what he pawned. I'll stick with him, see how he intends to spend the money. Too much slack. Gotta get closer.
Hoof it, Phelps. I'll bring the car around when I'm done here.
Move in. Can't risk losing the trail.
Tu m'étonnes. Eh merde. Il m'a repéré, bah oui. Et pris cher dans le derrière.
Too much slack. Gotta get
Hoof it,
closer.
Phelps. I'll bring the car around when I'm done here.
What are you doing?
Oh, tu m'as pas vu, genre. Bon, on va essayer d'aller moins vite.
Move in. Can't risk losing the trail.
Hoof it, Phelps. I'll bring the car around when I'm done here.
Ouais, bah ouais, tu m'étonnes. Lol.
Too much slack. Gotta get closer.
What are you doing?
Mais genre, il me voit là, t'es sérieux quoi? Mais non, la blague. Passer ces séquences d'action et reprendre l'enquête. Votre progression dans l'affaire en cours ne sera pas affectée. Non, j'ai pas envie de passer là-bas. Non, j'ai pas envie de la passer, j'ai envie de la réussir moi.
Move in. Can't risk losing the trail.
Hoof it, Phelps.
Genre, au bout de la troisième fois, ils te demandent si t'as envie de la recommencer. J'ai envie de la réussir, bordel. Ah, t'aimes bien cette icône, hein, Kevin. Putain, il en a tellement plein qu'il sait plus lesquels choisir limite après. Sacré Kevin, va. Ah, ça, en général, c'est la plupart des infirmières. Hein. J'ai toujours envie de les revoir.
Too much slack. Gotta get closer.
Oh, putain, on peut pas regarder toutes les boutiques, t'es sérieux là? Blonde aux yeux bleus là. Ah ouais. Non, non, j'ai pas envie, j'ai envie de la réussir là. J'ai envie de la réussir. Si je veux passer ces cinématiques là, ça va pas enquêter sur l'histoire. Enfin, ça va pas affecter l'histoire quoi. Non, non. Je vais la réussir moi.
Hoof it, Phelps. I'll bring the car around when I'm done here.
Too much slack. Gotta get closer.
What are you doing?
Oh putain. L'infirmière Lucie, elle vient en PV. Long.
Move in. Can't risk losing the trail.
Alors, on l'a refait au moins 6 fois ce truc.
When I'm done here.
Ouais, vas-y, Idriss, ouais.
Too much
Je sais,
slack.
ouais.
Gotta get closer.
En fait, je peux pas te mettre devant toutes les vitrines, quoi. Enfin, je pense que je vais attendre carrément qu'il traverse l'autre côté là-bas.
Move in. Can't risk losing the trail.
Là, il me dit je dois pas perdre sa trace, c'est-à-dire je suis trop loin, tu vois, mais je peux pas me rapprocher plus près, quoi. Là, je peux le regarder ou pas? Pas. Oh putain!
Too much slack.
Sérieux? Salut Foxter. Vas-y, mais faut avoir une distance de 100 mètres quoi, limite, quoi, pour pas se faire repérer, quoi.
Move in. Can't risk
Sérieux.
losing the trail.
Hoof it, Phelps. I'll bring the car around when I'm done here.
Ouais, tu Foxter. Là, il me voit pas quand je regarde les vitrines, tranquille.
Too much slack. Gotta get closer.
Ah, quoi, t'avais un souci de co?
Move in. Can't risk losing the trail.
Vas-y, je vais traverser là, moi, regarde. Hop. Hop. Voilà, c'est ça que j'aurais dû faire tout à l'heure. Hop, là je me mets là, putain, tu me vois pas.
Too much slack. Gotta get closer.
Ah, one of these days.
Ah voilà, c'est bon. Ouais, je sais, faut pas courir, mais moi j'ai cours quand même.
That's right, Mexico City. One-way ticket, please. Next to
Quelqu'un parle
Bo's.
très bien anglais
That
ici.
would
Non, pas
be
moi, non.
one day from now. Is that okay?
It's going to have to be.
LAPD, the man who just came in here, he bought a ticket?
Yes, sir. To Mexico City tomorrow night.
If you hear from him again, don't mention this conversation.
What have you got?
He bought a ticket for Mexico City. Tomorrow night.
That's good. But this is better.
My God. It's Fabergé.
Should have seen the look on the pawnbroker's face when I told him to hand it over. The guy who owned the joint thought it was worth at least 10 large for a cigarette case. Arnett only got
$10,000.
600
Ouais.
clams.
Oh putain.
Can you drive to this one?
Where are we going?
Ah ouais, moi je pourrais pas t'aider par rapport à ça. Du coup, faut retourner à l'appartement de Julia. Non, non, putain, faut que j'aille un téléphone.
Operator, message for KGPL.
Putting you through now.
Phelps, badge 1247.
How could I help, Detective?
Any messages?
Yes, Detective. Detectives Bukowski and Galloway request you return to the Hollywood station. They have information in the Julia Randall case.
Any luck with the arrest record check on Jimmy LeBlanc?
Yes, Detective. Jimmy LeBlanc's last arresting officer was Patrolman Fred Wallace. He's posted the Hollywood 9th Beat Sunset Boulevard between Gordon and Wilcox.
Thanks for your help.
That's the guy.
You drive. I need to go over the case notes.
A one-way ticket to Mexico. Old Henry's looking as guilty as a dog next to a pile of dog shit.
What's his motive?
I can think of a few, but I'd put my money south of the belt. One guy plus 2 dames always equals problems.
Le jeu vidéo fier, j'ai jamais fait ce jeu là d'ailleurs. Jeu d'horreur, mais j'ai jamais fait. D'ailleurs, pour ceux qui l'ont fait, je sais pas s'il est bien. C'est pas que j'avais besoin de revenir là en fait, je suis revenu ici mais... Je pense pas qu'il y a besoin. Hein. Ah, je sais pas pourquoi je suis revenu ici moi en fait. Pourquoi je suis revenu là en fait? Parce qu'à la base je devais aller au commissariat en fait. Je devais aller au commissariat donc on va prendre la voiture, on va aller au commissariat. Pourquoi il est revenu à l'hôtel en fait?
You know the way. You can drive.
Do we know where we're going?
Ah c'est bien, ça s'aide entre la communauté, c'est bien.
Come on, let's give him a hand. Right behind you, Wallace. Detective Phelps.
Wallace, go left. I'm going right after this little prick in the alley.
Stay down. Give me some goddamn cover. Find some cover. You're pretty brave for a dead man.
What? Oh il m'a tiré dans lui. Putain. Je vais dire la suite mais pas bien.
Wallace, go left. I'm going right after this little prick in the alley.
Eh, cours vite le flic là devant là, putain.
Throw out the guns.
You're clear. Go! You're pretty brave for a dead man. As soon as he pokes his head out, we'll step on it.
Oh mon chapeau. Eh.
Let's move.
Weapons on the ground now.
You're pretty brave for a dead man. You're covered, Phelps.
Oh, pardon, excusez-moi. Putain, il est pas mort lui avec la balle que j'ai mis dans la tête là.
Stay in cover. Yeah, we need another gun over here.
Keep moving.
Stay in cover.
Denis, tu meurs pas là dans le chat. Ah là, j'ai mis une balle dans la tête quand même.
Thanks. Outstanding warrant, armed robbery. Knocked over a drugstore back there, and it looks like he brought his whole posse with him. Bad luck for them.
They're all yours now. We need some information.
Ever heard of a burglar goes by the name of Jimmy LeBlanc?
Sure. They nabbed Jimmy on a burglary beef a couple of years back. They cut through a music shop and into a jewelry store. He got 4 years. I miss his partner, though.
His partner?
Big guy. I had him cornered, and he picked up this huge display case and threw it out a plate glass window. Then he vaulted out of there like something out of Barnum and Bailey.
Got away.
I would have had him, except for LeBlanc yelling, "Run for it, Willie!"
And you think he was an acrobat of some sort?
More like a strongman, a wrestler, or a boxer, that kind of
Derrière aux idiots.
Thanks. You've been a big help.
Là t'imagines la vie c'est ça, bah
You've
putain.
done too badly yourself.
You can drive. Where are we going?
Commissariat central. En fait, tout à l'heure on devait déjà aller au commissariat, mais en fait on avait eu un appel entre temps à la radio de la voiture, du coup on est allé sur les lieux là où
You're
la mission
suggesting
qu'on a fait là.
LeBlanc is still working with Willie?
Mais là on doit être à la fin de ce chapitre là.
A strong man held down Randall while someone administered the morphine. Someone with muscle opened up LeBlanc's skull. Could be.
We caught up with Mal. He's given us the dope on LeBlanc.
He worked burglaries with a big guy. Goes by the name of Willie. He might be our killer. Can you work boxing gyms, the Y, promoters, that kind of stuff?
Since when have you started giving orders, Phelps? And where's the burglary angle? There was no sign of a...
That's where our net comes in. Next stop, we speak to Lacey about a list of recent burglaries.
Guy's a bum. His office is a front, and he's behind on the rent and his phone bill.
And he's skipping town. Tomorrow.
Let's get him in and beat it out of him.
Do you want to bring in the killer, Rusty?
You could be too smart for your own good, Phelps. We've been talking about that, haven't we, Roy? Stefan?
Finbar?
Sir, I need the contraband list. Items stolen over the last year.
Hang on, I'll dig out a copy for you. Here you go.
Thanks.
Is the cigarette case on there?
It's here. Arnett must be out of his mind trying to move this while under a murder cloud.
I want to make Thomas.
Boucle d'oreille, or, et émeraude, une paire, 9 mai. pas d'autres, je pense pas.
Even the engagement ring was purloined. Arnett is a cad. Seems Julia wasn't the first bored society girl to hide her bennies in that pillbox.
Julia Randall's ring. It's here.
I want to make homicide. I mean, you know you've made it if you got that death.
Can you drive to this one?
All right, where to?
Allez, let's go. On est reparti dans un appart ou une maison, on va voir.
So you and Rusty have been having discussions. Anything you would like to tell me, partner?
Phelps, don't be so touchy. Rusty had his best ever clearance rate working with you. Even if the cases he worked on can't be discussed. We were just comparing notes. You're a Booneroo case man, Phelps. One of the best I've ever seen.
Thanks.
You gotta learn to take a compliment, Phelps.
Nice house.
Oh putain, la baraque, j'avoue. Ah, c'était pas un appart, c'est pas une baraque, c'est une putain de villa quoi.
LAPD, ma'am. Is Mrs. Eavestrom in?
She is. Would you follow me, sir?
I am Mrs. Eavestrom. How may I help you?
We appear to have recovered some stolen goods that belong to you, ma'am.
Yes, of course. That terrible burglary. Would you like something to drink?
No, thank you, ma'am. We have some questions, if you don't mind.
Why would I mind, young man? If you are returning 43 pieces of my property.
Okay, before we get down to that, I'll have a scotch. Thanks, straight up.
Maria, can you get the detective a drink, please?
Ah, l'autre il boit quoi. Moi je bois pas, moi. Je me concentre dans mes questions.
Can you describe to us what was stolen?
It would be easier to describe what wasn't stolen, detective. A priceless tiara that has been in the family for 50 years. A Fabergé cigarette case that was worth $25,000.
Why are you lying about the value of your jewelry, Mrs. Eavestrom?
Who do you think you are, making heinous accusations in my own home?
La cigarette. 25 000 elle dit, là c'est 10 000.
We recovered the
Voilà,
cigarette
hop,
case
je t'ai
from a
eu.
pawnbroker. No one knows the real value of an item better than those guys.
I inflated its value for the insurance claim.
Ouais, tiens, je t'ai eu la vieille.
Are you satisfied?
Elle a dit 25 000 et moi j'ai vu 10 000.
My daughter's boyfriend was quite taken with the case. I think he was even
Ah,
more
tu voulais te
disappointed
faire encore
than
du
I
blé, hein.
was when
Non
it
mais
was
où
stolen.
Toi, elle voulait quasiment te vendre 2 fois et demi plus que ce que ça coûte quoi. Par rapport sur le cambriolage.
What can you tell us about the burglary?
A terrible night. At least a year ago. But let's not go into that. Let's talk about what you've recovered.
Were you in the house when the burglary took place?
Good heavens, no. I was at a social function held by a Dr. Harold Stoneman and his lovely wife. I returned home and all of my things were missing.
That's about it for now, Mrs. Eavestrom. The department will get in touch and let you know how you can recover your valuables.
You've only mentioned a few of the items that have been stolen, Detective. What else has been recovered?
You see, Phelps? That's why you get the drinks in early.
Hello, Mother. Hello, detectives. What is going on?
We'd like to ask exactly the same question.
You have met my daughter?
This morning at work. Oh, mother and father divorced. I took my father's name.
The detectives recovered some of the things that were stolen, darling.
Well, what did you find?
A sapphire ring on the corpse of Julia Randall.
What are you talking about?
Your engagement ring, Miss Swanson. Would you be surprised to know that it was part of the proceeds of a burglary?
That's an outrageous allegation.
Yes, it is. I suggest we go straight to Henry Arnett's place and sort this mess out.
Hey, hey, pour une fois qu'on a une personne dans la voiture. C'est loin sur la carte ça? Ah ouais. C'est loin, ouais. On va le laisser conduire l'autre. Elle peut pas conduire maintenant, ok. Parce qu'on va devoir poser des questions en même temps à la fille, je pense. Pour une fois qu'on est obligé de faire un peu de conduite.
Arnett is obviously arranging the burglaries.
That's my fiance you're making scurrilous accusations about.
And Randall was obviously his partner.
But neither of them are the type to creep apartments.
You're being ridiculous. Both of you. There's a very good explanation for all of this.
Put a sock in it, sister. You're being played for a patsy and you're not even smart enough to... Christ!
Grippe la voiture. Oh, oh, oh.
Come on, sister. Let's find out who your fiance really is.
Welcome, sir. I'm sorry, are you a resident?
LAPD detectives. We're here to speak to Henry Arnett.
Oh, Mr. Arnett? Apartment 30. You can take the lift.
Thank you.
Allez, on monte. Salut Black Killer, comment vas-tu?
Well, isn't this just nice and awkward?
Stop!
Don't kill
LAPD!
him, Cole. This guy's our case.
Go on,
Put
get
your
after
hands
him.
in the air!
Course poursuite, let's go. Tranquille, bon, comme un dimanche quoi.
Give it up! LAPD!
Oh putain. C'est chaud ce putain de truc d'équilibre là. Il est derrière là, regarde, il m'attend. L'enfoiré.
Looks like he got you good, Phelps.
Yeah, he really packs a wallop. How did I get back here?
Under your own steam, miraculously. You came in through the window, said hello, and then keeled over.
How was Arnett?
He's coming around, too. He's all hopped up. Good time to get some answers.
You missing something, Henry?
Puis l'appartement.
Nothing significant. Not everything here is going to be relevant.
De la bonne pastèque. Elle a trempé la vaisselle, mais il a pas encore fait la vaisselle, hein. C'est pas bien ça. Alors, on va retourner dans le salon. Ah, rien, ok.
I don't think this is going to help us. Nope.
Nope. Ah. Là.
Doesn't look like anything.
Y'a rien de suspect. Peut-être sur le balcon, on va voir. On va aller dehors, ok. Là on peut aller.
Help me
Take a
out.
look through his things. See what else this snake is hiding.
Please, not right now.
Voilà les infos.
Vacheron Constantine. That's an extremely expensive watch, Henry.
A graduation present from my parents.
You told Heather you're honeymooning without her? We know all about the jewelry ring. You and Randall and LeBlanc and Willie doing the legwork.
I'm in the fashion business.
Your office is empty.
Là j'ai eu faux alors que pourtant il bougeait pas du tout la
Times are
tête. Quoi.
tough. Why did Reed and LeBlanc kill Julia Randall?
I wanted to stop, to get out of that life. I was going to marry Heather if she'd have me. Julia told the others that they were out, that she was going to create a new gang.
You wanted Julia Randall out of your life.
Why would he want that? Julia was our friend.
Julia was his hump, sweetheart. They were the Bonnie and Clyde of society burglars. He met you and realized he didn't have to steal anymore. He could just mooch from you. He needed Julia out of the way.
Julia was insatiable. She didn't care about anyone, not the least me. She was never going to go back to the poverty she came from. I wanted it to stop.
Who is Henderson, and what is his involvement?
Tell them what you know, Henry. I'll stand by you if you'll only tell the truth.
There is no Henderson.
Give it up, Arnett.
Ah, c'était
If it's the
mensonge,
gas chamber,
putain.
give the
Fais
judge
chier.
some reason to commute.
You still don't get
Ah
it.
pour trouver les indices je suis bon, mais alors pour les questions
Julia
c'est pas ça. Hein.
entrapped everyone. She was so beautiful, so goddamn cold.
Henry Arnett, you are under arrest for burglary and for the murder of Julia Randall.
Henderson is Stoneman, all right? I'm not the guy you want. Go talk to the good doctor.
Oh, we will, knucklehead. Meanwhile, we're fitting you for convict stripes.
Bon, ça fait toujours une personne à suspecter quoi.
You're behind the wheel.
Fine, where are we headed?
That's that guy from the paper.
I guess the wedding's off.
He only robbed her mother and killed her best friend. Cut the guy some slack.
So how does the doctor fit in?
That's what we're about to find out. Maybe we should ask him to give you a quick once-over. That meathead gave you one hell of a pasting.
I've had worse.
You should have seen yourself
Je n'ai plus de
staggering
son
back
par
in
moment.
there
Comment
like
ça,
a drunken
Max?
sailor.
Next time you can take the runner, Roy.
I didn't box in the Marines, though, did I?
Ah par moment s'il y a plus de son c'est normal, c'est soit je parle pas ou soit il y a pas de son du jeu tu vois. Ah tu vois par exemple là il y a pas eu un moment où il y a pas eu de son tu vois. Je parlais pas et en même temps le jeu c'était un chargement où il y avait pas de son quoi tout simplement. Voilà. Voilà c'est le côté. Ah c'est le 5e étage. Ah faut retourner là en fait.
for the doctor to give us something to make this all better.
Tout à l'heure, j'avais demandé à un viewer si le son de ma voix, le jeu, si tout était bon sur le stream et on m'avait dit comme quoi ouais, tout était ok. Donc.
Hang on a moment, sister. Tell him it's Henry Arnett. And tell him it's urgent.
I can't do that.
Tell him, or I'll charge you with obstruction of justice.
Doctor, I'm afraid Mr. Arnett is here to see you, and he says it's urgent.
Send him in.
I told you never to come.
Tell us the truth, Doctor.
I'm so glad you came.
Peut-être que ça vient de toi, Black, je sais pas.
Insanity, and I'm already half insane with grief. You know that I loved her. I ruined my life for her, and yet I still love her.
Will you testify in court that Arnett and Randall did these robberies?
They organized the robberies. Julie would get the names of the guests attending my wife's parties. Didn't matter how much money I showered upon her, it was never enough. She never really cared for me.
Doctor, I'm afraid you're under arrest.
Ah, ça va être la fin du chapitre.
The practice. You'll call Dr. Gerard. No, please don't cry. I want to see no one. Not my wife or my children, nor my friends, and I don't want a lawyer. Just lock me up and throw away the key. What have I done?
Oh le con.
Didn't see that coming.
Oh le con, le mec il s'est suicidé quoi. Oh le con, putain, sérieux.
Operator, give me dispatch.
Putting you through now.
I need an ambulance and the coroner immediately to the offices of Dr. Harold Stoneman, 1646 Ivor Street, Hollywood.
En route, Detective. You have a message. Detective Bukowski says the suspect is named Wilson Willie the Wolf Reed, former wrestler. Last known address is an apartment building at the corner of Hollywood and Vine. Detective Bukowski says to meet them there.
On our way. We have an address for the runner.
Let's try and wrap this up then.
Du coup l'autre on la laisse pleurer tout seul quoi.
That old boy really fell for that broad.
She was incredibly beautiful.
Would you throw it all away for a woman?
Life has a way of making you pay for your pride.
You're quite the romantic, Phelps. Stick with the percentages. Broken hearts are for chumps.
You're talking from experience.
I certainly am. Oh, I like women as much as
Ah
the
oui, bah
next
avec
guy,
la voiture.
as long as they're in their place and doing what they're told. Thank God I didn't park there.
Let me through. I just want a quick look is all.
You drive. I need to go over the case notes.
Do we know where we're going?
Appartement de Willy, let's go. Ah, il est long ce chapitre, hein, putain.
He's around here somewhere. A big guy. Neighbors say he always wears basketball shoes and a cream jacket. And get this. The kids around here say he plays the harmonica.
Find a game well and have the commander set up a dragnet. We want the area closed off. We'll take this side of the street.
A harmonica-playing wrestler. That's a weird one. Think he knits as well?
Just keep your eyes open and your mouth shut. We don't want him to bolt on us.
L'harmonica.
Wilson Reed, LAPD, give yourself up.
Slow down, you idiot.
Encore monté, bordel.
Hold it. He's got to be around here somewhere. No place to go unless you grew wings. There he is! Waste the son of a bitch!
Il prend masse de dégâts, il tombe même pas quoi. C'est bon, t'as pris cher là.
Son of a bitch really picked a spot for it up here, didn't he? Julia Randall's folks are
Il y a Hiro qui vous met les liens de mon Facebook, Twitter, Instant Gaming mon partenaire, si vous voulez acheter vos jeux à moins cher. YouTube aussi pour les rediffusions. Et, je ferai le planning aussi dans après mon stream, mais je le mettrai dans la soirée ou demain début de journée pour les streams de la semaine prochaine. Voilà voilà.
Do you now? That's very generous of you, Lieutenant.
Alors, combien on a fait? À mon avis, on n'a pas dû faire. Ah, on a fait 9 sur 16 quand même en question correcte. Ouais, ça va, ça reste une moyenne. Ça va. Indice trouvé 15 sur 16. Mais au niveau des indices, en général, je suis bon au niveau des indices. Au niveau des questions, je suis un peu moins bon.
We're being overrun. We have to get off of this hill.
That's one of our 50 cows still firing, Cole. The 22nd are still fighting.
It's over, Cole. Looks like you're one of the lucky ones.
Say goodbye to your friend Hank, Jack.
He was your friend too, Cole. Is this how you're going to leave him? Are you wounded?
Not a scratch, Kelso.
Well, get up and get out of that fucking hole! Find a stretcher while you're at it so we can get him out of here.
Who's the senior officer here?
I guess that's you, Cole.
You were up here all night?
Yes, sir.
And your command?
Gone, sir.
Sorry to hear that, son. God damn it, we have beaten these bastards back. It's the beginning of the end, and it was one here. You're a goddamn hero, son. What's your name?
Lieutenant Phelps, sir.
I'm recommending you for the Silver Star, and promoting you to First Lieutenant.
Destin manifeste.
Earl Phelps, a shooting at the 111 Club, 6232 Hollywood Boulevard.
Sounds like a homicide beef.
2 of the dead guys caught in the crossfire were carrying Army surplus morphine. Get over there before homicide tramples all over the place.
We already cleared that up.
Judge in Pasadena took the big sleep yesterday. He had a personal stash of 20 cigarettes. Appears we didn't get all of it.
Well, this day was a total waste of makeup.
Canary says he'll sing, but only if I guarantee he'll walk.
God damn it. Just can't seem to put this morphine to sleep. A dead judge. It's not good. Everyone has their vices. Even you, Phelps.
Need a drink. I got the jitters again.
I think his name is Phelps. I read about him in the newspaper.
Let's go.
You know the way. You
Au
can
club
drive.
111. Coéquipier là, je sais pas ce qu'il arrive.
Parker and Green are going toe-to-toe for the top job. There's a change in the wind.
About time.
This wind will be like a tornado, Phelps. Parker's got a puritanical streak. You never know we'll get swept up in a thing like that.
Homicide guys are already inside. Bukowski.
Phelps, back again. We're here
Ah,
about
il y
the
avait un
morphine.
carnage ici.
Over by the bandstand. You can see what's left of the owner, Eddie McGoldrick, 26, former Marine.
I know Eddie McGoldrick. He was a non-com in my old unit.
I'm sorry to hear that, Cole. The waitress said he recently came into some money and bought the club.
Who are the other Vics?
2 musicians, Biddleston and Bowe. And get this, they used to be in a 4-piece, but the trombone player and the drummer OD'd.
Don't tell me. Lamont and Tyree? We've met the rest of the band.
Now they're a no-piece.
Do you mind if we take a look around?
Be my guest. You might want a word with the hostess, too. I'll keep her company until you're ready.
Je vais tenir compagnie en attendant.
Must have pumped a dozen rounds into him. Certainly sends a message.
When you're ready to have a civil conversation, we can try again.
Gotta be something big, right?
Pour l'instant, la disque qu'on a là, c'est le mec qui est par terre là, qui s'est pris masse de balles.
You catch all the good ones, Phelps.
Ah, là on est au C, donc il doit y avoir le B pas loin. Étage, y a rien. Donc ça doit être dans sa veste. Elle. La morphine.
Do we have a new source, or is this coming from what's left in circulation? Army surplus again. McGoldrick must have been moving contraband through the club.
Oh, ben Dieu, je fais que d'éternuer, moi. Alors
Dozen
tabaco.
packs to a carton. 100 cartons or more. Looks like a couple of months' supply.
Il y a du fric, ouais, en effet. Armes.
These look brand new. Never fired. They haven't been degreased yet. We could check on the serial numbers.
Is this guy hunting for bear? Look at these things.
They're BARs. You get the odd guy who sneaks one of them home from the war. How did he get 3 of them?
C'est des copies, ça.
Army surplus morphine, Army surplus weapons, Army surplus valors. Sound familiar?
We should get back to the station and check the details of what exactly was lifted from that ship.
Well-maintained, custom case. Someone cared for this instrument. What's that click?
I've seen it all.
Neat trick. The case must have cost more than the trumpet.
Ah, le mec il avait carrément une cachette, quoi.
We should follow up on the musician angle. He kept his stash close at hand.
Ok. Bon, ça se fait, ça. L'impact de balle, on peut rien, non. Je vais aller voir, ok. Ah, je pense que c'est bon, on a fait le tour.
Another day, another dollar.
Bah, y a rien à fouiller en plus. Parlez.
Ma'am, I'm Detective Phelps, Administrative Vice Squad.
Welcome to the 111 Club, Detective. Feels like I've had half the LAPD in here today already.
Any idea who did the shooting?
No idea. It was my day off. If I had been here, honey, I'd be full of holes just like the others.
You want to level with me, miss?
doute de
before we
ouf.
start taking an interest in you.
This place has been on the slide for years. Eddie turns up, buys the club, then we start getting visits from tough guys. Next thing you know, we have the St. Valentine's Day massacre. Are you getting the picture?
Tell us about Eddie.
Eddie didn't know a thing about running a nightclub. He came into some money and waltzed in and bought the place. The previous owner thought all his Christmases had come at once.
Where do you think he got the money?
My guess was that he was selling the sort of quality product that you don't need to advertise.
Thank you for your help, ma'am.
Eddie was in over his head, but he was a decent boss.
Another day, another dollar.
Bad luck, Eddie. Okinawa couldn't kill you, but knowing the wrong people in this city.
Ah, le petit bruit que t'entends quand tu tournes la tête, t'entends le cou qui craque. C'est horrible. Il a que dalle lui.
They didn't even try to crack the safe.
Putain, y'a du blé, je veux le blé moi.
Officer, please tell me what's going on.
How bad is it?
You're behind the wheel.
You can tell me. Where are we going?
Oh, commissariat. Les conduit, grosse feignasse.
Can you drive to this one?
What's going on?
That fucking rat Stoker has gone public about Brenda.
Who is Brenda?
Brenda is L.A.'s most famous madam.
And everyone knows it?
Of course everyone knows. Brenda pays her way.
Are we cops or a collection agency?
Whores have been around since the Bible. Our job is to keep it off the street so Joe Citizen and his wife can stroll around unmolested.
And we should change the law.
Are you out of your mind? Every politician in America is against prostitution, except when they're using them.
So where does Stoker come in?
He objects to the LAPD and the administration taking its cut.
Is everyone in on this?
Yeah, and that's the problem. From a little acorn does a large tree grow. He could bring the whole thing crashing down on us.
Aren't you supposed to be working the...
Sir, do you know which robbery detectives are working the Army surplus theft from the Coolidge?
Caldwell and McManus? I saw Caldwell in the squad room not long ago if you want to speak to him.
Thank you, sir. We'll do that.
This way.
Are we going to the Mocambo this Friday?
Harry, you got a minute?
Sure, Cole, anytime.
You've been working the docks robbery on the SS Coolidge?
Yeah, that's right.
So how do you see it?
Inside job. Either the guys working the wharves or some of the guys on the ship.
What else was taken apart from the morphine?
Case of BARs, case of Thompsons, crate of Valor smokes.
Homicide just recovered 3 BARs and a mountain of cigarettes at a shooting at the 111 Club.
No kidding. I better get over there.
Do you have a copy of the manifest?
Yeah. Here it is.
I want to make
So, how do we
I mean,
connect
you
the
know you
docks
made it if you
robbery
got
to the
that
mess at the 111 Club?
Enough to arm 3 companies.
Parker.
This is the crate we recovered.
I don't know who'd be worse.
500,000 cigarettes loose on the streets of L.A.
Yeah, I'm thinking of moving up to a 45. I want to put them down to 1 round.
Here's our backroom arsenal from the 111 Club. Some of these guys are from my old unit. They must have finally shipped home. Kelso, Sheldon, McGoldrick.
McGoldrick was on the boat?
Sure, we checked him out.
McGoldrick bought the 111 Club, Harry. His brains are all over the bar.
Looks like whoever stole the dope is getting muscled.
By whom?
Dragner and Cohen. They control the hop.
Thanks, Harry. Stay in touch on this.
Hey, you think those Vice boys get any on the side?
The thing was, he was a real nice guy. I thought Lyle would follow him.
C'est quoi, il y en a une paroi ou quoi là?
You can drive.
All right, where to?
My father says I'll never be an actress.
How well did you know the owner?
McGoldrick? Well enough. He was in my unit.
That's some cruel irony. You survive the war, then get blown to pieces back home.
It happens more than you'd think. Young guys trying to adjust to normal life, getting mixed up in the wrong crowds.
The kid had just bought a nightclub. I'd say he got mixed up in the right crowds.
Until someone filled him full of holes.
You don't come into that kind of money that quickly without pissing a few people off.
Adieu.
Something funny about the clam chowder.
Take a break, boys.
We would like them to stay, Miss Lichtman. We're making inquiries into the recent deaths of 4 musicians.
Since when have the police cared about dead black men?
Good point. We don't. What we care about is 2 tons of Army surplus morphine showing up on the street. If you care about working in this town, you better give me something on Biddleston and Bow, or their knucklehead buddies Tyree and Lamont.
And this is your idea of making inquiries under Sturmführer?
I've told you 1,000 times about speaking that German gibberish at me, Elsa.
Roy, how about you get a drink while I see to this?
Will you sit down?
Why antagonize him, Elsa? You know what he's capable of.
Ask your questions, head officer. We have work to do.
People are dying of overdoses. If you know anything about it, you need to tell me.
I can't help you.
A lot of cats are into the thing. There's nothing special about your boys.
Vérité ou doute? Moi je dirais vérité parce que ouais, je sais pas. Doute.
You can do this
c'est
the
bon, c'est
easy
doute.
way with me, or I can call my partner back over. I can assure you he's a lot less sensitive.
You think your threats frighten me?
Black man don't supply nothing. You think there's a black man in this town holding on to 2 tons of morphine? He'd be dead in a minute. White man supplies, black man buys.
My partner mentioned a couple of names. You recognize them?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Ah, ça c'est un mensonge total.
The only way
oui.
you're going to get rid of me is to
Ah, c'est
give
pas
me an
mensonge,
answer.
c'est doute parce que c'est des
I knew
musiciens donc
him.
elle est obligée de les connaître les
We
musiques.
worked together a few years ago. He loved the music, but The music didn't love him.
What does that mean?
It means that he just wasn't that good. He was a sad, lonely cat.
Boys, take 5 minutes, please. I need to have a private word with the officer. Why do you ask people to risk talking about a subject that could have them jailed?
Drugs are against the law, Elsa.
And you're so full of courage, you have never felt ashamed.
This is getting us nowhere.
Do you think you'll win your war against narcotics?
It's not my war. It's against the law. My job is to prosecute the laws of this city.
Do you think you can stop people from needing drugs, Detective?
I'm asking the questions here.
Then why do you come to me with your stupid questions? You know who controls the drugs in this city.
It's not enough to just survive, Elsa. You have to try and make the world a better place.
Brave words, and very noble. But words are just words, Colfax.
She's right. We need to pay a visit to the Mixter.
Cohen? Do you know where to find him?
This time of day, you'll find him holding court at the Macambo.
He can wait. There's something I need to be sure of. Give me till tomorrow morning. Don't do anything I wouldn't do, partner.
Ah, je suis pas avec ma voiture là. C'est joli la nuit quand même avec tous les magasins allumés et tout là.
Move in. Can't risk losing the trail.
LAPD, we're looking for Mayor Cohen. I believe he has lunch here.
There's not going to be any trouble, is there?
Which table?
Number 3, if you'll follow me.
I think he's a bit of a gangster, but he treats me nice.
That's one heck of Sunday.
LAPD.
Ritz?
We have some questions
Hi,
regarding...
Mickey. How's it hanging?
Fine. Just fine, Roy. I see you brought Eager Beaver along. Hope he's not going to put the shakes on me again.
Cole Phelps. Mickey Cohen.
Good afternoon.
He has manners. Aren't you a little green for this kid?
Meet Johnny Stompanato, Cole. He has the biggest schlong in Hollywood and the smallest gun. Or maybe that's the other way around. I can never quite remember.
You're a funny guy, Roy. Haven't I always said what a funny guy Roy is? And how much fun it would be to get together with him sometime.
Poor Johnny. He's the dark, sensitive type. He's a serviceman too, Cole. Johnny was at Okinawa.
You were in the crotch?
6th Marines.
The lieutenant who won the Silver Star up on Sugarloaf. I've heard of you.
Something like that.
All right, have we finished flirting? You got something to discuss, Roy, or are you going to stand around beating the meat while my lunch gets cold?
We have some questions.
Do I need my lawyer?
Your brother-in-law, Lenny Finkelstein, was selling stolen morphine. He had 1/3 of the shipment.
Old news, kid. I don't know anything about what Lenny was up to.
So I'm supposed to believe that you don't know what happened to the rest of the shipment?
Lenny, God rest his soul, was a moron. He was family, though, and I haven't made a beef about that, so count yourself lucky, kid. The H is a filthy habit, and I don't condone it. The simple solution would be to have all the dope fiends put down.
So you don't know where he got the morphine?
Kid, ask a question you might get an answer to.
We believe there's a link between a group of Marines and the morphine stolen from the SS Coolidge. One of those Marines was shot to death in a club last night.
I wouldn't know anything about that.
So you haven't heard anything about what happened at the 111 Club?
What can I say, kid? I'm shocked that in the land of opportunity, Uncle Sam's finest feel the need to resort to crime. It's a dangerous business. I can attest to that. I'd recommend they get out of the life. Quickly.
A few Negroes saying goodbye on the sidewalk will never make the papers, Mickey. But we had a judge in Pasadena say adios the other day. Prominent white people popping their clogs makes everyone nervous.
You know dope has never been my thing, Roy. It's always been for schmendricks like Jack D. and Jimmy Utley. But I'll ask around and I'll get back to you. Hey, you boys want some lunch? How about a drink?
We'll take a rain check on that. Come on, Cole, we're leaving.
We have to cut that dope. It looks bad with people dying.
We have to get the rest of it. There's no way of watering down the stuff in those little packages. You have to put the squeeze on those guys and get the rest of it.
They don't seem the type to frighten that easy.
We'll see.
Detectives, KGPL's going
tomber à
crazy.
gunfight contre eux, c'est sûr.
Shots fired at 1384 North Bronson. Some guy with an automatic spraying a Hollywood bus. They want every car. Go!
Mouthpiece tore strips off me at the grand jury. Case got thrown out. Now the DA wants my head. I want to make homicide. I mean, you know you made it. You got that right.
He's only a writer, so he can't read.
You drive. I need to go over the case notes.
Fine, where are we headed?
Au lieu de la fusillade, let's go.
All units, officers need help at 1384 North Bronson. 1384 North Bronson, shots fired. Any units to handle identify. Code 3.
Oui, c'est encore un gunfight en fait.
Find a way up there and stop that son of a bitch, Cole!
Gotcha! You're covered, Phelps.
LAPD, drop the gun now!
Hop là. Elle a pris Charles Bus, oh putain. Voilà, une arme qui avait été volée. Ouais, une arme du bar, c'était sûr. Avec le bis, ouais, Black, j'avoue. Ça, c'était bien une arme du bar. Ah, il doit rien avoir au niveau des bras, il doit être dans ses vêtements. Hop. Là, il y a que dalle. Là, son portefeuille. Non, bureau.
Phone number and restaurant table. I know that guy. Felix Alvaro.
He's one of the guys from the ship?
His name was on the manifest.
Looks like McGoldrick wasn't the only one to get a message.
Hey, Alvaro.
Hey, Lieutenant.
He's just a plain detective now, Chico.
Who's the jughead?
This is my partner, Roy Earl. We just want to find out what happened.
What happened is that someone took a shot at my bus. And the cops turned up and start treating me like I'm some sort of Pachuco punk. My people have been in California for over 300 years.
Very fucking admirable, Felix.
You hear anything about the big heist on the Coolidge?
Yeah, I heard about it.
So what happened?
Not much. The cops came and interviewed me and all the other guys on the ship.
I was down at the 111 club this morning, waiting for the medical
doute pour son lieutenant, quoi.
Eddie McGoldrick's brains off the bar. You want to tell me anything about that?
I heard that Eddie came into some money. Too bad he didn't keep a low profile. It was a tough break to get through Okinawa and then have to buy it back home.
Who's shooting at you, Felix?
How the fuck do I know?
Felix, we didn't go through Okinawa to come back to this on our streets.
I've got the LAPD to keep me safe, right? Me and all my people.
We'll be in touch, Felix.
You heard that Jack is in LA?
I saw his name on the manifest.
He's been here a couple of months. Sure glad to see you got over your wound, Lieutenant. I mean, Detective.
Pretty cool customer.
He's been under fire before.
You buying a story?
Not for a minute.
I swear, this town is
Merde,
going
le téléphone,
straight
le
to
téléphone.
hell.
Le téléphone, il s'est pas affiché tout de suite.
Cole Phelps, badge 1247.
How could I help, Detective?
I need an address on a Jack Kelso.
Just a second. 1308 North El Centro Avenue, Hollywood.
Thank you. You can drive.
Safe around here anymore.
Can you drive to this one?
I knew it wasn't safe around here anymore.
I swear, this town is going straight to hell. I was married.
You know
by
the
a
way.
judge.
You can drive.
Should have asked for a jury.
Jack was a company sergeant. He would never get involved in something like this.
We brace him and drag him downtown.
It won't work. He's a tough customer. Hello, Jack. This is Detective Roy Earl.
Hello, Cole.
We would like a word.
Would you like to come inside?
Actually, we'd prefer if you'd come downtown with us. Do you mind?
Do I have any choice?
No, you don't.
Are you going to tell me what this is all about?
It would be better for all of us if we discussed it at the station.
Bad move, Cole.
How have you been, Jack?
Cut the crap. You pick me up in front of my apartment like a common criminal and then expect small talk? Fuck you.
Lol.
Do you know that there's a gang war going on in L.A. trying to recover that stolen morphine?
That has nothing to do with me.
I'm sure it would be gripping to hear more of your life story, boys, but the truth is, I don't give a fuck. You were on the boat, Kelso. What happened?
Do you really think a bunch of Marines could muscle in on the dope rackets in this town? Between the Vice Squad and the mob, I hear it's pretty sewn up.
You better watch your mouth.
Non, c'était pas Y. C'était X, c'était doute. C'était
Did you
doute,
know
Hiro.
that Eddie McGoldrick recently came into money and bought a nightclub?
No, I didn't know that.
And you
Là,
didn't
c'était
know that
vérité,
some
yes.
mobsters blew his brains out last night.
No, I didn't.
You heard that a crate of BARs went missing?
No, I didn't.
Des chaises électriques et c'est tout.
You wouldn't
Ah
know
merde,
why
c'était
Eddie
vérité.
McGoldrick had
Je suis sûr que
three.
c'était vérité là, putain.
Goddamn fool.
Pourquoi j'ai mis doute alors qu'il bougeait pas sa tête? S'il bougeait pas sa tête, c'est que c'était vérité, je suis con.
What do you know about the Army surplus robbery from the Coolidge, Jack?
What I know is that on 3 separate occasions you would have been dead if it weren't for me. I don't know anything about the robbery.
People are dying because morphine and
Ah, j'ai 3 sur 4.
is being used
Et la troisième, j'aurais pu avoir
Now we have
bon,
guys
c'était
from our
vérité.
unit
J'ai l'impression qu'il
being
bougeait pas
killed
sa
by
tête.
mobsters. We can put 2 and 2 together, Jack.
Gratitude isn't a concept that has much effect on you, is it, Cole?
Answer the question, Jack. Let's get this over with.
I was interviewed when the robbery took place. I don't have anything further to add.
Jack, we just want information.
Bullshit, Cole. Did you seriously believe that dragging me down here would get me to give up my own guys? You call yourself a Marine? Trying to make a name for yourself with this shitheel? Look at this chump with his $200 suit and $2,000 car.
The tough guy act is really impressive. I like you, Jack. I'd like to make you for this. I really would. I'm going to be working on it and keeping an eye on you. You can go now.
Shooting, Robert Steiner, 6780 West Sunset Boulevard. The victim is a Chris Majowski.
Another name from the manifest?
How many more friends of yours are gonna get plugged today?
Il y a que ça des fusillades.
Talk about tension. That was like being trapped in an elevator with a married couple who can't decide whether they love each other or hate each other.
We go back a long way.
You went too easy on him. Next time, you leave it to me. I know how to handle that smug son of a bitch.
You don't. Jack will never give up his own men.
He just walked up and shot the man. Two of them officers, they went that way.
Go on, get after him.
Ah, j'avoue, héros. Voilà, maintenant c'est la course poursuite.
I can't hit a target that isn't there, Phelps. Get in close and steer him off the tar. I can't take the shot from here, Cole. Hit him, Cole. Spin him out.
Going too fast.
Let's see how fast he runs on bare rims.
Going too fast.
It's no good. We need to get closer. Hit him. Clear this asshole off the road. Step on it, huh? Just give me a little closer.
These guys aren't gonna go quiet.
Open fire.
Reinforcements are on the way. Cease and desist.
Ah, en fait, le mec il a voulu tourner, il s'est payé la ruelle quoi. Hop, encore une arme de volée, je suis sûr, il y en avait 3 en tout. GG, ouais. On avait 3 de volée. Ah, voilà la deuxième déjà. Merde. Ça, je voulais pas, c'était le corps, moi. Et. Voilà. Ça marche, Black, à tout à l'heure, pas de soucis. Pas de problème. Posé du port de Los Angeles.
An LAPD file. We have a traitor in our midst. All of the names
Copie de
on the list
manifeste,
have a
ouais.
hit team assigned to them.
Rendez-vous de mec. Ok.
Cohen is meeting with Sheldon tonight.
We need to get to those guys fast, otherwise there'll be no case.
We have to look at damage limitation. We can't allow that strumpet Brent Allen to bring down the whole administration.
We've got to put a lid on the press. Can't someone talk to Harry over at the Times?
It's too late. The Times would look ridiculous if we dropped the story now.
Who is this Stoker?
Stoker's a lily-white. Nothing that will fix this in the short term.
My law and order credentials are disappearing as we speak.
Can we get Brenda to leave town?
Yes, we can, but she won't go quietly. Brenda has extensive records.
Can she at least lay low?
That's already been taken care of.
Mayor? District Attorney?
Who is this guy? And what does he want, Horrell?
Name's Roy Earl, detective, administrative vice.
Aren't you one of the clowns that got us into this mess?
Oh, I think that the orders regarding Brenda come down, not up, Mayor. I have a human interest story. It involves a certain LAPD cop, a hero from
355 jours,
who let his beautiful wife and kids down, who has betrayed America.
355. Encore 10 jours et ça fera un an, Kevin. T'es follow la chaîne déjà.
And his commitment to the public.
Le 12. Le 12 octobre, ça fera un an que t'es abonné.
Be all over the papers by tomorrow, and you would be off the hook.
12 octobre, un an déjà. Et ça passe vite, hein.
Fingering a fellow officer.
Héros, 337 jours. Ouais, pas mal héros aussi, 337 jours. Y'a rien à fouiller sur lui? Ok. Ah, la voiture elle a pris cher. Ah, Coreux ça fait longtemps lui. Coreux ça fait 1 an et 104 jours. Ah ouais. Ah, le 21 juin de l'année dernière. Ouais. 1 an et 104 jours et 1 année 76 jours. Ouais, parce qu'il avait eu un bug Twitch, je crois. Du coup, il avait dû se refollow un mois après.
You can drive.
Do we know where we're going?
They're taking out all the guys from the ship.
Why? How does that get them the dope?
They obviously don't know who has the morphine.
Badel, ça doit faire longtemps aussi. Hein. Essaye Hiro de faire Badel, point d'exclamation, Badel Nord. Badel, ça doit faire super longtemps. Badel, c'est un de mes tout premiers modos, je crois. Et je crois qu'il avait défollow la chaîne. Ou il avait eu un bug aussi. Il y a certains, ils ont eu un bug Twitch, du coup ça les avait défollow, ils devaient se refollow en fait. Oh! Valdelnor, il follow pas ma chaîne. Oh le bas salaud! Oh, le salopio! C'est-à-dire que c'est défollow en fait. Ah ouais. Non, non, c'est ça. Hein. Ça s'écrit bien comme ça.
Hit him! Clear this asshole off the road. I'll try for the tires. Keep your foot down. Hit him, Cole. Spin him out. Keep it steady and I'll try to bust his tires.
LAPD, put your hands in the air.
Merde, en fait j'aurais dû me planquer derrière la voiture là. Adèle, non. Non, non, c'est comme ça. Et ouais, c'est bizarre.
Getting close and steer him off the tar.
I can't take the shot from here, Cole.
Kevin qui dit RIP, Dairo qui dit GG.
Hit him. Clear this asshole off the road. It's no good. We need to get closer. Step on it, huh? Just get me a little closer.
LAPD, put your hands in the air.
Push forward.
Ah, il a pu me buter comme il voulait, lui. Ouais, bizarre. Ouais. Je dirais, tiens. Je dis, bah tiens. Follow up ma chaîne.
That's that cop. Seems like a decent guy.
Ça se trouve, je suis même plus modo sur sa chaîne.
You're behind the wheel.
Where are we going?
Ah, il stream pas sur Forza Horizon 3, un truc comme ça? Je crois qu'il streamait sur Forza Horizon 3, je crois. Il a combien de viewers là? Je suis passé, je crois que c'était hier ou avant-hier, il streamait, je crois qu'il tournait à 10-12 viewers, je crois, un truc comme ça. Ah, sur Arma? Ah. Et il stream sur quel serveur alors? Sur quel serveur, puis il a combien de viewers? Ouais, il y a des gros gunfights là.
Hope we have no trouble.
Stay down.
C'est un gendarme, d'accord. Et sur quel... Ouais, il doit être sur un nouveau serveur, je pense. Et il tourne à combien de viewers là, Hiro? T'as moyen de savoir à combien il tourne de viewers et comment dire savoir il stream sur quel serveur. Sur Island, d'accord. Ok, je connais pas. Là ils sont où là?
Kill a cop, and it's the electric chair.
Here he is! Blast him! Move, I've got you.
Relève ta tête, je te mets une balle direct. Island Life, d'accord. Ah si, Island Life c'est Oh, c'est sur le serveur à Maxime je crois, je suis pas sûr. Ah non, c'est pas les gendarmes pourtant sur ce serveur là.
Tell Courtney. Bad luck. It was worth a try. It It was worth a try. God.
Ah, Polar.
Polar Bear Ice Company.
Polar Beer, c'est. Ah, c'est le truc de glace, ça, ouais. On avait une mission où il y avait de la glace et tout, là, avec la morphine et tout caché dedans. Là.
Most people never get the chance to be rich. Wouldn't you risk it?
D'accord. Ah, mais Islande là, je crois que c'était l'armée, je crois. Il a rien dans ses poches? Non, là, c'est la tête. Là, c'est le bras. D'accord, ok. Ça marche, héros. Merci pour les infos. Bon, on peut rentrer dans les bureaux, mais y a rien à fouiller, quoi.
Looks like Sheldon is bringing his own fire team with him.
Ah, l'adresse. T'as combien de viewers là d'ailleurs, héros? Bon, tout à l'heure on a bien dû monter, tout à l'heure il y avait pas mal de monde qui parlait, on devait être une bonne dizaine je pense. Une bonne petite dizaine de viewers là. Déjà. Tout sur du L.A Noir. Là on doit être quoi, 6 peut-être? Ouais, j'avoue. Ouais, j'avoue que les os c'est un peu bizarre, ouais. 3, ouais, bah ouais. Bah il doit avoir... Ouais, tout à l'heure il y avait plus, je crois qu'on tournait à... Et là on tournait quasiment à 10 en fait.
Alright, where to?
10, ouais, bah il doit avoir toi, toi, Wizbot et puis notre personne quoi.
This isn't looking good. I feel like the fat kid at the back of a race.
Si, y a Kevin peut-être. Il doit avoir toi, Kevin, puis Wizbot.
Point his way. Your buddies are in way over their heads. Being a Marine doesn't mean shit out here.
Ah, c'est dur de stream sur un autre jeu. C'est clair. Ah, on était 11, ouais.
Alright, let's kill these rat bastards.
Ouais, Kevin.
Keep moving, I'll cover you. On the roof, Cole, now.
Ah, j'aime bien qu'il y ait du gunfight comme ça là, ça change un peu.
making a run for it after them! I'm wide open!
Ah, c'est fait.
I'm gonna put out an APB on every one of the sons of bitches on that list.
KGPL to Car 11K. Car 11 King, come in.
Car 11 King.
11K, go to Hollywood Station. Hey, Courtney Sheldon is at Hollywood Station requesting an interview with Detective Cole Phelps.
Well, I'll be damned.
That's not correct protocol, 11K. I'll take that as a roger.
Car 11 King en route.
You know the way. You can drive.
Do we know where we're going?
Let's go.
Roy, in my office, if you please.
I'm working a major case. I'm not close, Cap. It's gonna have to wait.
Let Phelps do the interrogation.
But, Cap,
No buts. This is more important.
Drunk all bad. Or doped up.
I got this gadget whiz guy putting...
You're in interview too, Phelps. There's a quack in there with him.
What gives?
Beats me. Word came down from the chief. Said it was okay.
Cool la suite, parce que là il est 18h30, je pense pas qu'en 2 heures on aura, parce que j'arrêterai à peu près le stream vers 20h, 20h30. Je pense pas qu'en 2 heures on ait fini le jeu. Le prochain stream après sur L.A Noir ce sera mardi, mardi après-midi. Hein. Lundi je serai en stream sur Koh-Lanta. Pourquoi il veut pas s'asseoir là?
Roy can take care of himself, Detective Phelps. Back to your case.
Bon, ok. Faut aller où là? Faut aller où moi?
That bum took a swipe at me, put him down in my sap.
Ouais, sur le serveur d'Astra, ouais, demain, pour Koh-Lanta. Utile de l'affaire. Interroger Courtney Sheldon, ok. Et il doit être en bas dans une salle interrogatoire.
This guy was willing to rat his own mother after I'd sweated him.
Oui, dans laquelle alors? Voilà que je voulais.
Hey, can you give me a hand? I got a hard case I need to break.
Interview. Ok, il est dans la 2.
Hey, can you give me a hand? I got a hard case I need to break.
Interview room 2.
Hey, can you give
Bah,
me
c'est
a
là.
hand? I got a hard case I need to break.
Sheldon, is this your attorney?
No, detective. This is Dr. Harlan Fontaine. He came down here to help me out.
How do you do, sir?
Je pense que je vais arrêter le stream sûrement vers 20h, 20h15. Comme ça, je fais le planning pour la semaine prochaine. Et le planning, il sera à peu près vers 20h30, 20h45 sur Facebook et Twitter pour les streams de la semaine prochaine. Voilà. La semaine prochaine, il reste d'avoir pas mal de streams au final. Je suis en train de compter là. Il y aura pas mal de streams. Je crois qu'il y a, si je compte bien, il y a que jeudi que je serai en repos. Enfin, où je streamerai pas. Mercredi, jeudi, si on a fini les noirs avant, on ne pas mercredi, mais. Ce qui est sûr, c'est que. Ouais.
I would have asked Beckett or Majewski or Driscoll about their involvement, but that's difficult, considering they're all dead. It leaves you, Sheldon.
You can't blame their deaths on me, Phelps.
You're training to be a doctor, Courtney. How do you justify all of these deaths? You're supposed to want to save people.
Before you get on your high horse, I saved my fair share in Peleliu and Okinawa. My conscience is clear. How do you sleep at night?
You were on the ship, Sheldon.
Yes, that's correct.
So you had opportunity.
But It doesn't mean that I was involved.
How do you think this is going to play out, Courtney? It's either going to
Ah,
be
je me suis
you
gouré les
or
deux
Jack.
questions.
What's this got to do with Jack? Jack would never be involved in anything like this.
But you would.
He has already denied any wrongdoing. Have you finished, Detective?
I'm just getting started. You have an answer for everything, Courtney. Let's hope Jack does, because now I'm going after him. Is there anyone you're not prepared to sacrifice?
Jack is not in this. He's a good guy.
You or Jack, Courtney. I don't care who goes to jail. I just want the morphine off the street.
What are you offering, Cole?
Don't be ridiculous, son. This man is gambling.
What's your offer?
Doctor, good to see you.
I'm conducting an investigation.
Upstairs in my office, now.
This man is about to confess.
As of now, you're suspended from duty, pending a fitness review.
What are you talking about?
You heard the man, Phelps. Upstairs and face the music like the hero you were.
Ok.
You certainly had us fooled, Detective. Phelps, you're one of my favorite sons. You've broken this old man's heart.
What is going on here?
You're suspended, Phelps. Hand over your badge and gun.
Don't keep him waiting.
What is going on here?
Your wife's attorney has pictures of you and the German. Compromising pictures, lad.
She's pressing charges. You'll be formally charged with adultery. A criminal cannot serve as an LAPD
Oh, les
officer,
salauds.
as I'm sure you're
Les salauds.
How could you do it, lad?
Après tous ces énigmes que j'ai fait, putain.
Your children. Consorting with the enemy and a dope fiend at that. You're lucky the war is over. You'd be taken out and shot. The department doesn't need this kind of publicity, Phelps. Hand over the gun. Keep your head down until your board hearing. I forbid you to make any comments to the press. What the hell were you thinking?
Les salauds! Les salauds! Putain! Je vais me venger. Ah, vous avez perdu un bon élément. Hein. Vous avez galéré dans vos énigmes.
Marie, listen, Marie, I need to explain.
Please leave. You're upsetting the girls.
Let me see them, Marie. They're my daughters.
Go to her, Cole. You have done enough damage here. Do you want me to call the police?
For God's sake, Marie. Can't we at least talk?
What is there to talk about? Do you love her? Do you? What were you thinking? What about our children? Can you imagine what this has been like for them? Go away, Cole. My father has hired an attorney and you will be hearing from him.
I'd like to explain, Marie. I'd like to tell you what I've been going through.
What you've been going through. I have had reporters camped out on the front lawn all morning. I can't stand it, Cole.
Putain. Je perds mon boulot, j'ai perdu ma femme. Bah putain, c'est la merde, hein. C'est la merde complète. Ouais, j'ai plus d'armes, hein. Rien. Par contre, j'ai encore la voiture de service. Ça, je comprends pas. J'ai plus l'arme, j'ai plus ma plaque, mais j'ai encore la voiture. Alors, indice trouvé 14 sur 15, question correcte 10 sur 14. Ouais, c'est pas mal. C'est pas mal, c'est pas mal. Allez, chapitre suivant. Le gazier. Je peux faire ma baraque ou quoi?
Okay, everyone, keep it down. Cole Phelps joins the arson squad today. How'd you like porking that German whore, Phelps? Phelps is up before a review board in December. Until then, he works the arson desk. End of story.
Aux incendies criminels, je bosse.
I don't
Oh
care what
putain,
you
le
did
bordel.
or didn't do, Phelps. I hear you're a good case man. But if you fuck up on my detail, I'll have you out of here before your feet touch the ground. Do we have an understanding?
Yes, sir.
Cap, we don't want a fucking rat like Phelps. Can it, Tilden? Phelps, I'm partnering you with Herschel Biggs.
I don't do partners. You know that, Cap.
You do now, Biggs. Social basket cases like you two should get along just fine. Biggs will show you the ropes, Phelps.
This is arson. There are no ropes.
It shouldn't take long, then. Start with these two. House fires. 326 South Kenmore Avenue. Steffen's family.
Maintenant, on va enquêter sur
South
des
Talbot
incendies.
Then go to
C'est bien ce jeu-là, franchement.
414 Rosewood,
Tous les
family
énigmes
by the name
différents
of
que
Saul.
t'as. Au début, t'es simple flic.
Will be on location.
Après, tu fais des énigmes,
Are they
tout ce qui est,
suspicious?
ce qui est
That's
meurtre
for you
de
to
femmes.
find out, detective.
Après, tu fais tout ce qui
Get
est
out of
sur
here.
l'illégal,
Both of
marchand d'armes, héroïne, morphine,
Get
cocaïne,
out.
etc. Et là, maintenant, c'est sur les incendies. On fait des trucs. Mais c'est sympa, ça fait plusieurs activités.
Say all's fair in love and war.
You're a real asshole, you know that?
Grown men playing at being boys.
Yeah, I'm thinking of moving up to a 45.
C'est quoi la voiture qu'on a maintenant là? Ah ouais.
You drive. I need to go over the case notes.
So where do you want to go?
Putain. Une grosse voiture verte.
How long have you been working arson?
We gonna do the small talk thing now? Talk baseball, exchange addresses? I don't think so. Feeling down, hotshot? Need a buddy? We'll look somewhere else.
Ok, personne ne veut de moi. C'est la mer Noire. Ah oui, l'état de la baraque.
There isn't much left.
There never is if the job's done properly.
You think it was deliberate?
Ah, j'ai un bug, les gens. Black. Je relance, il y a Mafia qui affiche. Ah, on a changé de métier maintenant, Black. Enfin, on est toujours dans le même domaine, sauf que maintenant on est sur les incendies, quoi. C'est maintenant on bosse sur les incendies. Ouais, bah j'ai quitté le jeu, j'ai relancé. Hein, c'est toujours la procédure pour le faire. Je sais pas pourquoi il a figé comme ça. En fait, c'est que l'image elle a figé, mais on entendait le son derrière de Enfin, de la continuité du chapitre, quoi. Ah, tu verras si tu vas voir la rediff sur YouTube dans la soirée, comment est devenu mon personnage, quoi. Ah merde, putain. Oh, j'ai ok. Juste que je vous cache les infos. T'as vu le bug à Hero? Un truc de ouf, hein. Fait connexion automatique. Comment ça, Hero? Reprendre dans... Ouais, on reprend ici du coup. On peut pas passer ça? On revoit du coup. Ah oui, dans le Rockstar social. Ouais, ouais, bah ouais, tiens, je ferais ça, ouais. Et ouais, j'ai pas pensé, ouais. Salut Killer Frost, comment vas-tu?
Everyone, keep it down. Cole Phelps joins the arson squad today. How'd you like porking that German whore, Phelps? Phelps is up before a review board in December. Until then, he works the arson desk. End of story. Phelps.
Yes, sir.
Killer Frost,
I
Black
don't care
Killer,
what you
et que
did
du
or
killer.
didn't do, Phelps. I hear you're a good case man. But if you fuck up on my detail, I'll have you out of here before your feet touch the ground. Do we have an understanding?
Yes, sir.
Cap, we don't want a fucking rat like Phelps. Can it, Tilden? Phelps, I'm partnering you with Herschel Biggs.
I don't do partners. You know that, Cap.
You do now, Biggs. Social basket cases like you two should get along just fine. Biggs will show you the ropes, Phelps.
This is arson. There are no ropes.
It shouldn't take long, then. Start with these two. House fires. 326 South Kenmore Avenue. Steffen's family was out of town when it happened. Then go to 4414 Rosewood, family by the name of Sawyer. Fire brigade will be on location.
Are they suspicious, Captain?
That's for you to find out, detective. Now get out of here. Both of you. Get out!
Yeah, I'm thinking of moving up to a 45. I want to stop them with one round.
I say we bust in there and find the goddamn evidence.
Allez, let's go.
Whoa, this day was a total
That
waste
bum
of
took a
makeup.
swipe at me. I put him down with my sack.
You know the way. You can drive.
And where exactly are we going?
On nique tout, nous. MDR. Allez, let's go, c'est parti. Première mission où on enquête sur des incendies. Spécialisé dans les incendies maintenant.
Talk baseball, exchange addresses? I don't think so. Feeling down, hotshot? Need a buddy? I'll look somewhere else.
Lui, il me parle mal là. Elle a pris cher la maison.
There isn't much left.
There never is if the job's done properly.
You think it was deliberate?
Nah, that's real pain in her face. They would have moved out the things they care about if this was insurance. There's no mileage in this. Hello, Mike.
Hey, Hirsch. Cap this one.
Yeah, Mike Brannigan, Cole Phelps. It's okay, Brannigan. His name may be dog shit, but there's none in his hand.
No offense, Phelps.
None taken. Do you have anything?
The fire started late last night. Steffen's family had cattle.
Ah, je suis mal vu par tout le monde maintenant, quoi. Putain, j'ai rien fait, moi, bordel.
Looks like the only thing they ever won in their lives. And they come home to this.
I'd say they were pretty lucky, really.
You don't have any insurance. Everything they own, including the house, is not a pile of rubble.
Where are they
Ils ont
sleeping?
pas d'assurance, mais ils sont fous.
It's lucky the whole block didn't burn down. Word is they're bulldozing this whole neighborhood to build new homes for GIs. That's the man in the house, in the ruins. Terry lady is his wife.
We'll take a look around. Come on, Phelps.
He's the dirty cop from the newspapers.
Ah ouais, il m'a foutu un vent grave, ouais. J'avoue que là... Là, c'est vraiment bien fait, quoi. Franchement, pour un jeu qui est sorti 2010, on l'a fait. Rockstar ont toujours été bons, de toute façon. Alors... On va essayer de trouver des indices là-dedans, là.
Don't think this is anything. Seems irrelevant. Circumstantial.
Ah oui, oui, héros, ouais.
Mr. Steffens? Cole Phelps and Herschel Biggs, LAPD. I know it's a difficult time, but could we have a word?
Don Steffens.
You were out of town.
We won a prize. We had a wonderful time. Came home to this.
Do you still have the tickets?
Sure.
Ouais.
It's a formality, but we'll need to speak to the issuing agent.
Ouais, non, Killer Frost.
Look, I'd appreciate it if we could get this over with.
Dis rien parce que j'ai pas envie trop d'avoir de spoil, tu vois.
Mr. Steffens.
Weekend at Catalina Island. My wife got this flyer in the mail from the Suburban Redevelopment Fund.
Ouais, exactement, héros.
I'm sorry to
Ouais,
have
j'ai
to
eu
ask
faux
you this,
déjà là.
Mr. Steffens, but was the house insured?
No, it wasn't. I couldn't afford it, and the house needed a lot of work.
Ah, sauf si vraiment je suis en mode galère, tu vois.
Did they offer to buy you out?
They're building new houses. They showed their money, and most of the neighborhood just packed up and walked away. But I never bargained with them.
Everyone else is selling, but you're the holdout, aren't you?
I was the last. I thought I could hold out for a better price. My house is the center lot.
So now you have to take the price regardless.
Looks like it. I've got no choice. I have to put a roof over my family.
That's all we need for the moment, Mr. Steffens.
All right.
He's the dirty cop from the newspapers.
Ah bah ça c'est là où il a changé le... C'est là où il a changé le truc de gaz là tout à l'heure là. Le chauffe-eau révisé par Ryan, ouais. Hiro. Bon bah du coup je le sais maintenant pour cette fois-ci. Hein. Il m'a dit d'aller voir chez le voisin donc... Oh, y a rien de toute façon. Et moi c'est... Ah ouais, je me disais bien c'était le jeu de la marelle. Ça c'est une maison en construction. Ah, le bordel des chantiers mon gars, oh là là.
Phelps, badge 1247.
How can I help, Detective?
I need information on the Suburban Redevelopment Fund.
Yes, Detective. Just checking. The fund is a semi-government agency established to speed up the building of GI homes. It has private investors as well as a government endowment.
Huh. Do you have an address for them?
There is one listed here, corner of Beverly and Mariposa.
Thanks.
Yeah, that's the creep. Walk out on his wife.
Non, le baignoire, les toilettes qui sont atterries ici quoi, au même endroit.
Remember the dead lady they found under the train? He solved the case. Took some barflies.
Et là il y avait l'homme mais je voulais voir la femme moi où elle était.
What's with him?
You've seen the papers. I guess he's thinking about his own family. I'd say he's searching for some kind of atonement right now.
Normalement ça devrait être bon.
You're behind the wheel.
So where do you want to go?
On va aller à l'autre incendie.
Have there been any other house fires?
This is arson. We get an average of 2 a night. Does that answer your question?
Oh Zero. Bah tiens là c'est détruit aussi. Oh putain c'est là elle a pris cher aussi. Un peu moins que l'autre, à moins que c'était une plus grande maison. Mais... Ah c'est une plus grande maison je pense.
We've caught this case.
Hey, Biggs. We? You have a partner? What gives?
This is Cole Phelps. You may have read about him.
Oh, now I get it. Hello, Phelps. Welcome to the netherworld of arson. Family of 4 found dead in their beds. Heater explosion.
Another one.
Ah oui, ils sont carrément morts.
Insta-Heat Model 70. Before you get excited, we get a couple of water heaters a month go back.
Take a look around the yard and see what you can find.
Oh putain. Oula.
Mal. You gonna stick it out, Cole? I'm gonna try, Mal. What have you got?
Family by the name of Sawyer. Mother, father, and 2 kids. All in bed from the looks of it. Well, I'd say carbon monoxide poisoning. The burns are superficial.
Time of death?
I'd say about midnight. Anything more exact will take some time to determine. Lynch tells me this has something to do with a faulty water heater.
Could be.
Bah, en fait, Black, dès qu'on change de domaine, ou qu'on monte en grade, ou etc., en fait, on change de coéquipier, quoi. Ah, maintenant, je suis spécialisé dans les incendies, en fait. J'ai un autre équipier. Avant, c'était surtout les gars, j'avais un autre équipier. Avant, c'était tout ce qui était les meurtres de femmes. C'est un autre équipier. Quand j'étais police de base, c'était un autre équipier. Je change tout le temps, en fait.
Thanks, man. I'd say that's firm but fair.
Waouh, gros, je me suis fait virer, ouais.
How about the insurance companies write these incidents up as acts of God?
Oh, le ventilateur. Oh, le ventilateur, il a pris un coup. Ah, pas de soucis, Black.
Doesn't tell me anything.
Ah, ils avaient un chien. Pas plus d'indices que ça. Ah.
Hey, Biggs.
Ah bah tiens, la valve.
Is this significant?
Regulator valve.
La valve qu'on a vue sur les straits tout à l'heure.
Good find.
Detectives? This is the next door neighbor.
Detective Phelps. Can you help?
They were supposed to be going away. They won a trip somewhere. But little Henry got sick, so they had to cancel. What are the chances?
Do you know who ran the competition?
Gulliver's Travel, up on Santa Monica Boulevard.
Thanks. You've been a big help.
Phelps, the guy across the street. I've seen him before. He likes fire.
Hurry, you can still catch him.
Stop! LAPD!
We've got an ID on this firebug. Stop right there.
Ah, si. Bim. Le paquet en mode rugby au calme.
What's your name?
Herbert Chapman.
So you like fires?
Some.
Watching them or setting them?
I don't want any trouble.
Turn out your pockets.
You're a naughty boy, aren't you, Herbert?
I keep myself to myself.
Ouais.
Cigarette in a matchbox gives you a 5 or 6 minute delay. You want more time, you use
J'avoue, une
the
cigarette dans une
speedo
boîte de
code.
lunettes, c'est chaud. Le mec, ça se trouve, il fume même pas.
Don't you, Herbert?
You like this fire, Herbert?
Hell no. I heard it over the fire radio.
Ça avait l'air chouette.
Sounded sweet.
Oui, il y a des incendies, tu vois, ça a l'air d'être chouette.
Your leads. Come and see me at the fire station. I have a theory about this.
Will do, Lynch. Take this guy in. We might want him for questioning later.
You got it, Detective.
Why have you got such a hard-on for this case? If it is murder, it's almost impossible to prove. Fire doesn't leave much evidence. There's no percentage in this.
I think it's more than one case.
They're house fires, Cole. Accidents, heater fires, gas explosions.
There's got to be a reason.
The reason is you want to be a star again. Forget it. Give it up. You'll feel better.
There's something to this. I know it.
What are you talking about? Arson is insurance. It's always been insurance.
We still investigate the cases, Biggs. The people in this house are dead.
Go soak your head, Phelps. This hero business is a full-time obsession with you.
I'm gonna make this case. I'm gonna rub the department's nose in it. Help me or stay out of my way. You got it?
I knew it wasn't safe around here anymore.
Je voulais voir parce que je crois qu'il y avait plusieurs trucs à... Ah, il y avait juste le truc. Ah, bah non, c'est bon, c'est bon.
You drive. I need to go over the case notes.
All right.
Oh, l'agence de voyage. Ah, excellent la vitrine. Pas mal. Original les magasins de l'époque.
Detectives Phelps and Biggs, LAPD. John Cunningham. Can I help you, gentlemen?
Je reviens, je vais juste faire un petit tour au petit coin, je reviens 2 minutes. Ouais, les gens, allez, on est reparti.
We have reason to believe that the Sawyer family of 4414 Rosewood Avenue recently won a competition run by your company.
Yes, I remember them. They called it to cancel at the last minute. One of the kids was sick. Very unfortunate.
Do you mind if I take a look at that?
Ouais. Ouais, héros. On va chercher comme ça.
Here they are. Steffens.
Sawyer. Non?
The Sawyer family.
Sawyer.
Rosewood Avenue. Tell us about the Suburban Redevelopment Fund.
There's not much to tell. They run a promotion. Our promotion's mailing list covers half of L.A.
So they are not a government agency?
I don't believe so. Government organizations don't usually get involved in promotions.
I'm told the tickets were a prize.
Yes, they were.
You do a lot of these prizes?
Look, there are hundreds of these promotions running at any one time. If you're the lucky guy, you get your name pulled out of a hat.
While the Sawyer family were supposed to be at Catalina Island, their house burnt down. You consider them lucky?
Christ. I'm sorry to hear that.
Can you tell me who offered the prize won by the Sawyer family?
Sure. Look, there's supposed to be some sort of supervised draw with hundreds of tickets. But the reality is the Suburban Redevelopment Fund calls me every couple of weeks and tells me exactly who has won.
Thanks for your help.
Deux sur
no
deux.
problem. Just wish I could do something for that family.
You could put round the hat. A few bucks would really help them now.
I suppose so.
Good. I'll put you down for 50. I could tell you were Samaritan the minute I walked in the door.
50? Are you?
Good man, Cunningham. You're all right.
Yeah, I'm great. Poorer, but...
Ah oui, je me suis super.
You can drive.
Fine. Where are we headed? Let me guess. You want to check out the Suburban address?
Great partners must think alike, Herschel. This is supposed to be the registered offices of the Suburban Redevelopment Fund.
This is an Elysian housing development, Mac.
So Elysian is an investor in the redevelopment fund.
Looks that way.
Are we done here, Mac? I've got work to do.
Sure, buddy. Thanks for your help. Elysian are investors in the Suburban Redevelopment. So what?
Souvaneri94, merci de ton follow et bienvenue dans la Flash Family, l'ami. Bienvenue à toi, merci.
You're out of your mind.
Quand à l'époque, ça devait faire dans les 5000 $, non? Ah oui, grave, bah oui, carrément, héros. C'est pas que. Bah, tu vois, tu sais, la voiture rouge décapotable que j'avais tout à l'heure. Bah, genre, il avait payé 2000 $, tu vois, et genre, son costard, il devait coûter 200 $, tu vois. Donc, ouais, franchement, à l'époque, pour 2000 $, t'avais une bonne caisse, quoi.
Lynch says we should visit him at Fire Station 32.
Et ouais, non, à l'époque c'était pas. À l'époque tu gagnais pas la même vie que tu gagnes maintenant au niveau du salaire. Et la vie était peut-être moins dure, je pense, à l'époque.
Keep your mouth shut and you'll learn something about fires.
Maintenant c'est la crise, tout est cher. Ah bon, ouais, voilà, fallait avoir un bon taf quoi à l'époque.
Lynch.
Biggs, you two investigating the house fire on Kenmore Avenue as well?
Yep. Why?
I had a look around the place while I was out there.
Do you believe the fire?
I deal in facts, Phelps. Evidence of an explosion. No obvious sign of accelerants. Wiring looks intact. Come and take a look at this.
This the heater from the Sawyer fire out?
Yes, it is.
Nouveau révisé par Varley, ouais.
Looks like it was recently serviced.
Yes.
I have a theory, and it's a theory only. I don't have enough evidence to prove...
Al, if you say it's so, we're listening.
Okay, Phelps. You're a bright penny.
Ah ouais, carrément héros, ça je suis d'accord avec toi.
You have a Bunsen burner as a pilot light. You have a regulator valve, and the balloon represents the gas expanding in the room. Now, the gas has to make contact with the mosquito coil to form an explosion.
On va voir un mini-jeu là, je pense. On va avoir un mini-jeu. Alors. Quoi ça?
The gas bubble needs to be next to the coil if it's gonna ignite.
Ça c'est pour ouvrir. Ah non. Tac. Ça va au milieu. Normalement. Attends, je m'égroupe. Non, parce qu'il faut que ça monte en haut à la flamme, je suis con. Ouais, c'est peut-être l'inverse, ouais. Euh...
Good, your regulator's in position.
Ah, parce qu'il a dit que ça, il a dit que le ballon devait être près du serpent, donc normalement c'est ça. Voilà, le truc au milieu. Non, putain, ça tu laisses là. Voilà, tu laisses ça là. Ça, tu le mets au bout. Voilà, c'est bon.
Okay, I'll light your pilot and turn the gas on.
You pull the lever on the left to turn on the gas.
Boom. Ouais.
So that's how it's being done.
Ah, parce que le ballon il gonfle et il fait exploser sur l'espèce de petit feu là.
I've adjusted this one for our experiment, but you need to take it to Insta-Heat and see what they say.
En bleu et monté
Their
pour. Non,
headquarters
c'était
is
pas ça,
on
héros.
North Harvard Boulevard, number
Et le ballon,
216.
Thanks, Albert.
You're welcome, Dave.
c'était
See
le
you at the
monter.
next show.
Donc pour qu'il y a la flamme qui s'allume. Là c'était le truc bleu au milieu. Pour tourner. Et puis le ballon près du petit truc en bout là. Là, c'était ça en gros. Là vous le voyez. Voilà, voilà. Allez, hop, tape suivante, on doit aller où?
You drive. I need to go over the case.
À
notes.
l'usine.
So where do you want to go?
Let's go. Ouais, t'as vu. N'hésitez pas à parler dans le chat hein, pour ceux qui viennent d'arriver.
We should go to the factory and see how many of these things
Les
are
personnes
going
qu'on
bang
follow
in
aussi,
the
hein,
night.
n'hésitez pas à parler en tout cas.
You know this Chapman character?
Guy's a freak. Loves fire.
On va pas vous manger.
He's the kind of guy that we'd like for a lot of things, but we don't really have any credible evidence to pursue him with.
Il y a Hiro qui vous met mes liens. Facebook et Twitter pour les informations de quand je stream, etc. La chaîne YouTube pour les rediffusions de mes streams. Et Instant Gaming, c'est mon partenaire, donc pour avoir vos jeux à moins cher. Voilà, voilà. Et à la fin de la journée, je mettrai mon planning pour mes streams de la semaine prochaine.
I see.
Voilà.
Well,
À partir de
duty
demain.
manager for today is Mr. Rasick. You should find him in his office.
So, you gonna see your married
New
man
and
again?
improved model. They'll be selling these like hotcakes.
How bad is it? Come on, you can tell me.
Là, on a l'usine de fabrication de ballons. Ok.
What on earth is that man doing?
Ah, attendez, il y avait une autre porte ici. Ouais, bonjour, je vous dérange là, je prends des informations, tranquille au calme, tu vois. Là, je pense qu'il y a que dalle, par des bureaux.
What do you say, Constance? For me?
Salut Babar, comment vas-tu?
You drop something?
Comment il va Babar aujourd'hui?
Detective Phelps and Biggs, arson. We're investigating a couple of house fires. What can you tell us about this?
Il va nous dire qu'il est démonté à l'envers.
From a Model 70, yeah. Let me take a look.
Là, il va l'ouvrir, je suis sûr, voilà.
We have a problem. This has been tampered with.
Quelqu'un trafiqué ça, tu vois, j'en étais sûr. Démonté à l'envers le
You
truc.
see this diaphragm? It forms a seal across the saddle.
Salut Tony, la forme et toi,
Gas
comment
flows
vas-tu?
across from here to here. The diaphragm regulates flow.
Après les killers, il y a les tueurs, ouais.
It's been reversed. It's a subtle change, but it means the gas never closes off properly.
Nietzsche guy.
So you're telling me that this is not a manufacturing fault or service repair?
I don't think there's anything inherent.
Ouais, je vois ça, c'est bien héros. Merde, j'ai pas eu le temps de voir ce qu'il avait dit là, du coup. On va faire vérité, du coup.
How many guys who know how
Ah
to
bah
make
c'était
that
doute.
change?
Ouais. Ça doit être doute, je pense.
All you need is a screwdriver.
Je reste concentré sur les énigmes.
Anybody could pull it apart and put it back.
Ouais, installation de modèle, ouais. Historique des réparations du modèle
Are these
70.
diaphragms prone to failure?
They tend to go after a while. The rubber lasts quite a few years and then it perishes.
So the guys' names that I've been seeing doing the repairs on the heaters, they're fully licensed and accredited.
Sure, of course they are.
You employ accredited mechanics to do this.
We call them installers. Technically, they're gas fitters.
Ryan. Ryan, ça serait pas comme ça, hein, Tony. Hein. Enfin, moi, en tout cas, en jeu, ça serait pas comme ça. Hein. Oh, il se souvient même plus comment son PDG, ça s'écrit. Oh la honte. R-Y-A-N, bordel.
Okay, I'll get it for you.
C'est une victime, Tony. Oh, babar.
There, around a dozen of them. Housing business is going crazy at the moment.
Wish I could afford that.
Ah là, je suis rendu à détective dans les incendies, ouais.
This is a long shot. We are not going to roust that whole list.
Ryan Slater, affirmative.
I want to run it by R&I.
Et tiens d'ailleurs, Ryan Slater.
Arsonists.
Je vais attendre
See if any of
qu'il
these
parle.
guys have any previous. Sir, I need to use your phone.
Go right ahead.
Pour ceux qui suivent souvent mes streams sur Arma 3, Ryan Slater, mon personnage que j'incarne à peu près sur tous les serveurs que je vais, il est de quelle origine? Il est français, allemand, etc.
Operator, give me dispatch.
Pour voir s'il y en a, ils savent. S'il y en a qui ont déjà lu ma présentation sur des forums de serveurs
Phelps, 1247.
de mon perso, quoi. Il y en a, ils vont aller sur le forum de Agora, ils vont regarder, je suis sûr.
Okay, detective, run the names.
Acevedo Ernesto, Clemens Walter, Elgram John, Gable Leroy, Kelligrew Peter,
Et reste,
Putner
non.
Robert, Limehouse
Chinois,
Albert,
non,
Manning
pas chinois.
Franklin, Neves
Espagnol, non.
Raymond, O'Brien Thomas, Ryan Matthew, Spurgeon William, Varley Reginald, Zurich Stephen.
C'est facile à trouver en plus. Hein. Je l'ai déjà dit sur mes streams et même dans la présentation de mon perso sur le forum d'Agora, c'est marqué son origine.
Thanks.
Même sur les forums, je mets la carte d'identité de mon personnage avec son nom, son prénom, son âge et tout.
Anyone else?
Coréen, non. Portiche, non. Japonais, non. Français, non. Anglais, non. Il va faire toutes les langues, mec.
You've been a big help, young lady.
Ah, Hiro, ouais, Hiro, t'as trouvé, ouais. Il est pas français, il est américain, ouais. Il est américain, mon personnage.
Quite the rogues gallery, Mr. Rasic.
Américain, bien vu, Hiro.
Desperate times indeed.
Ouais, c'est américain, ouais.
Do you have an address for Clemens? He's working on an apartment building.
Américain, il a trouvé, c'est Hiro qui a trouvé. Je suis américain.
Currently working
Personnage est américain sur Arma.
Normandy and First Street.
Varley, where is he?
Beverly and Mariposa, currently working on a new housing development. Hey, Varley's a good guy. You can't harass all my people.
These guys have lockers.
Yes, they do, but my men have a right to some privacy. Don't you need a warrant or something?
Show him and keep quiet.
Hey, don't mind me.
Here. Happy now?
Stick around, Mr. Rasic.
Oh, comment je suis près de lui, tu sais.
His pal needs a date. What do you say, Constance? For me?
Ah, c'est quasi des employés, ça. La loi de l'autorité. 50. Ouais, mon personnage est américain.
Clemens is a fellow traveler.
On va pas lire tout ça parce qu'on n'est pas rendu. J'ai pas voulu lire tout à voix haute, hein. Si vous voulez lire, vous lisez en bas en français. Ouais, ça me rassure, il y avait pas tout à lire. T'imagines toi, fallait lire tous les chapitres. Bon, après le truc il est pas long, mais bon, ça pas trop, serait pas trop intéressant quoi. Oh, putain, lui il a des boîtes remplies de cartes quoi.
Some light reading on the merciless capitalist machine.
Ryan anarchiste.
Ryan wants the world to be a better place, don't we all?
Not sure this means much.
The company went through thousands of these in the war. Still got eaten alive. Varley has a problem with bugs.
Optimus.
You know that a mosquito coil takes an hour to burn down, Rasic?
No, I didn't know that.
It's the favored choice of ignition by arsonists. Gives them time to get away.
You're crazy. He probably lives near the canals in Venice. Mind if I leave you to it? I got work waiting.
3 birds. Clemens, Ryan, Varley. Where to, Phelps?
His pal needs a date. What do you say, Constance? For me?
On doit aller chez 3 personnes différentes là du coup. Ah ça marche Tony. Tu voulais pas revenir dans Vegas Sécu toi? Ouais bah Eden il est adjudant lui. Il est adjudant sur Agora Police. Il passe adjudant hier je crois d'ailleurs. Hier ou avant-hier je sais plus.
Gotta have it. You're behind the wheel.
All right.
On doit aller à 3 lieux de travail différents. Ah, la police qui klaxonne sur un policier quoi. Lol.
Biggs, LAPD. We want some answers and we want them quick.
Okay, okay. What's this all about? Just tell me what you want.
You know Reginald Barley?
No? Can't say I do.
Detroit PD is after Reginald Barley for murder. You want us to run you in for aiding and abetting Clemens?
Whoa, 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 whoa. All I know about Barley is he gets kickbacks from some developer. Does their work first. Spreads it around if he can.
Ah je sais Tony, c'est Ezra qui m'avait dit comme quoi t'étais revenu dans la sécu. Je t'ai pas encore vu moi dans la sécu, hein. Pourtant Agora j'y joue... Ouais j'y joue... Bah, un peu moins qu'avant forcément, mais je dois être à peu près 3-4 soirs par semaine quoi.
Instead hires arsonists, does it?
I've worked as a fitter all my life. Put everything I had into that house. And my fucking mud shark of a wife gets awarded it in settlement. She's blowing sticks 2 at a time while I'm at work. And she gets the house. Yeah, I burnt it all right. Set fire to that fucker and watched it burn to the ground. I did my time and I'd do it again.
Sorry about the Ross, Clemens. You did the right thing.
Do you know Matthew Ryan?
No. Don't know the name.
His locker is right next to yours. Give it up.
Okay, so I know Ryan.
Bah L.A Noir
All right, Clemens. You're off the hook for the moment.
Can I get back to work now?
Let's get out of here.
L.A Noir je pense que j'ai encore facile 2 streams à faire je pense encore. Et après ce sera Mafia 3. Non on n'a pas la même voiture. Ouais Mafia 3 ouais. Vendredi. Il sort vendredi.
And where exactly are we going? Farley's on the run. He might be packing heat. If he's wanted for murder, I say we take the doubt out of the equation and let him have it.
Vendredi je le DL. Et puis soit vendredi soir, tout dépend combien de temps je vais mettre pour le télécharger, soit vendredi soir ou samedi dans la journée, je commencerai à stream dessus quoi.
You know, I never fired my weapon in the line of duty.
That's nothing to be ashamed of.
MDR il roll troll.
I hope your piece is
Non
still
t'as pas
serviceable,
175 heures de jeu, t'es fou quoi.
I may be old and out of practice, but I'm still a Marine.
Alors si tu fais le jeu tranquillou avec les petites missions quêtes et tout, t'as à peu près pour 30 heures de jeu. Moi je crois que je suis à... Bah moi je vais arriver à 20 heures de jeu je crois. Entre 20 et 30 heures de je pense pour faire le jeu. Et les missions j'ai mis du temps à les faire. Ah bah lui il veut pas coopérer lui. Ah le bâtard je l'avais. Ah si j'avais le truc complet il serait arrêté.
Stop or I will shoot. Why did you run from us, Farley?
I'm gonna take a wild guess that you're the same Reginald Farley that threatened police of an
Non, pas quand
outstanding
même.
warrant. How am I doing so far?
I need a lawyer before I talk to any of you.
À GTA il faisait 60 gigas. J'avais mis 18 heures pour le DL. Mafia 3 il fait 50 gigas. Donc tu fais le calcul.
You can't hang that rap on me.
Be quiet.
C'est vrai, ouais. Ça va me prendre. Si je reçois vendredi dans l'après-midi, ouais, vendredi soir je pourrai le stream quoi. Mais je pense que je vais sûrement le stream le samedi. De toute façon, si je le stream, c'est le soir. Hein. Ah ouais, ouais, GTA 60 Go 18 heures. Hein.
You know the way. You can drive.
De la France.
All right. Where to?
Tu l'as précommandé? Bah moi aussi je l'ai précommandé sur Instant Gaming. Et moi j'ai pris la version normale. En plus ce qui est bien c'est que vu que je suis partenaire etc je l'ai eu qu'à 22,89€ moi le jeu. Au lieu de 31,89€ sur Instant Gaming. Et bah moi c'est marqué comme quoi je peux le recevoir le 6. Au plus tôt le 6. Au plus tard le 7 à 23h. Voilà.
Who's asking? Detective Phelps and
Ah mais t'as une bonne côte, toi, héros.
Arson Squad. Arson.
You heard the man.
I'll just put this stuff in the car and I'll be right with you. Hold it, Ryan. I said,
son of a bitch.
Alors il y en a un, il coopère, on lui pose des questions, il y en a un, il se barre à pied, et il y en a un autre, c'est en voiture.
Those are GI's backyards he's crashing through.
The damage is only cosmetic.
He's a one-man wrecking ball.
Move in. I'll take out the van. Smash the son of a bitch's rear wheels.
He's going to kill those men.
They'll get out of the way.
Only if they hear him coming.
Close in, Phelps. We need to take Ryan down before he hurts somebody. Don't go to sleep on me. Get in close. Get in close and steer him off the top.
Salut Blizno.
I'll go for the tires. That ought to slow the son of a bitch down.
La forme ou quoi, Blizno?
Assault charge and he's running.
Running don't mean nothing. We gotta get this guy in a room before we can get an angle on him.
This man has got to be stopped.
On est parti en couille, les mecs. Hop. Descends de là.
LAPD.
Descends de là, bordel.
Why did you
Dans ma
run?
douleur.
I was scared.
Le retour, ouais, ça fait déjà un mois que j'ai repris Blizno.
Suspicion of committing a series of arsons.
Ouais, ça va super. Mais ça fait déjà un mois que j'ai repris. J'ai repris début septembre. J'ai repris début septembre mais je fais à peu près 3-4 streams par semaine à peu près, en moyenne. Hein.
Three suspects. As much as I'd like it to be Chapman, I think it's one of the other
Can you
two
drive to
guys.
this one?
Ça casse.
Let's get to the station and close this case.
Ouais, tu sors héros. Les blagounettes.
I say we bust in there and find the goddamn evidence.
I have two suspects. Phelps, you got nothing. Biggs, Ryan's waiting for you in interview 1. Barley's in 2.
Hey, Hopkins, you practicing your asshole routine again? Come on, Phelps.
Save yourself some time and get this thing off your chest.
If that's your opening gambit, you better try again.
You know how to reverse a diaphragm in the regulator valve of a Model 70 heater?
No, I don't.
Là je sais pas quoi répondre parce que la valve, est-ce que c'est lui, est-ce que c'est pas lui? Déjà c'est pas mensonge, sinon il aurait fait une tête bizarre. Désolé Slater Ryan. Ah comme il a écrit ça quoi.
You expect me to believe that, Ryan. I can do it myself.
Believe whatever you want, Flatfoot. You're part of the conspiracy.
Partie du complot, il est fou lui.
What can you tell me about the Suburban Redevelopment Fund?
Nothing.
I think Suburban is a front for your anarchist buddies. They're arranging for people to be out of town while you burn their houses down.
Suburban? What's that got to do with me? That's Farley's bilk. He's the one with the cozy agreement with those fascists.
Passion.
So you want to change the world, Ryan?
Yes, I do. So does every reasonable person.
And you're doing your part?
Yes, I am.
Does that include sabotaging water heaters to destroy a company?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
On va prendre demande de la communauté. Ah, c'est mensonge.
This is industrial sabotage, Ryan. It's not part of your campaign.
You're delusional, detective. What campaign? So you know just
j'ai
what
pas eu
I'm
bon.
thinking,
Putain.
as well as what I'm supposed to have done. Give me a break.
You have a history of violence.
I have no such thing.
You want to overthrow.
Bon, bah c'est pas terrible avec lui. Hein. 1 sur 4.
The system needs overthrowing.
Faut trouver les indices. Je suis bon. Bah alors pour poser des questions, c'est pas ça. Hein.
Nobody cared about my family. You want to make an omelet, you gotta break a few eggs.
Faites pas d'omelette sans casser les œufs. Putain, elle est bonne celle-là.
That's it for the moment, Ryan.
So I can go?
Sure. As soon as your red friends storm the building and carry out, you'll keep your seat until we decide how long to lock you up for, knucklehead. I think Ryan is our man, but procedure says we eliminate all of the suspects. Let's speak to Varley.
Elle est où la salle d'interview?
Case got thrown out. Now the DA wants my head.
You're
a real asshole, you know that? Guy gave his wife a tap. Say all's fair in love and war.
Ah, je sais plus ce qu'elle est l'autre salle. Ah, elle est là. Ah non, ça c'est ce qu'on a fait. Bordel, elle est... Ah là.
We have Matthew Ryan in custody, Varley. I think all we need to do is ask him about this, and he'll rat you out.
Fuck Ryan, that pinko bastard.
Have you ever worked on a place on Rosewood Avenue? Family by the name of Sawyer?
Maybe. I'm from out of town. I go where they send me. I don't do a lot of repairs, though. I'm flat out on new installations.
Varley, I can hand you over for extradition now, or you can give me something. What's it gonna be?
I'm giving it to you straight. I've told you all I know.
Word is, you're in the pocket of some property developer?
Never. I got principles.
Last chance, Varley. You're already a wanted man. It won't be hard to hang a double arson on top of your murder beef.
Hey, I shot a loan shark who was squeezing my brother for the vig.
That's why you ran?
I ran because the guys who ran that racket will kill me.
What would reversing the diaphragm of an Insta-Heat Model 70 do?
Yeah, I made that mistake before. You get a big bang when you turn the pilot back on.
So you didn't deliberately sabotage the water heater at the Sawyer house?
No, I did not. You out of your mind?
I don't believe you, Varley. I think Suburban wants homeowners who don't want to sell out of the way.
I think you're out of your mind. Where is the evidence that I have done anything to contribute to this fire? Huh?
Arsonists use
Oh
cigarettes
putain, j'ai
and
trouvé.
mosquito coils as time delay fuses.
Eh bien, c'était le truc du serpent là dans son casier. Là.
Mosquito coils in your locker.
Whoa, hang on. Those things, they belong to Ryan, all right? He asked me to hold them because his locker's full of stupid pamphlets. I thought he used them for camping.
Reginald Varley, I'm charging you with committing a series of arsons and for the murders of Hank Sawyer, Edwina Sawyer, Henry Sawyer, and
J'avais bien que c'était lui le coupable.
I'm no cold-blooded criminal. I could never burn up a whole family in their home.
How is it? No, just keep your mouth shut and listen to me for a second. How is it you can bring no less than 3 suspects into my station, conduct extensive interviews, sift through mountains of evidence with Lynch and Pinker, and still manage to charge the wrong fucking guy? I took a chance on you, Phelps. People said I was crazy, and you made me look like a jerk. You may not be much of an arson investigator, but I hear you're merciless on the beat. Get going.
Vers 20h. 20h, 20h15. 20h30 grand max. Enfin, dès qu'on aura fini le chapitre, quoi. Alors, indice trouvé, 15 sur 16, c'est pas mal. Question correcte, 7 sur 16, c'est nul à chier. On est d'accord. Voilà, 20h, 20h30. 20h minimum, 20h30 grand maximum, quoi. Je pense qu'on va faire ce chapitre là, puis on va s'arrêter là. Boum. Ouais, j'ai foiré, je pense. Je suis pas sûr. Hein. Il dit comme quoi j'ai envoyé trop de suspects et tout. Non, non, héros. Attends, je te dirai après. Je te dirai après ce qu'il est en train de parler.
Tell the captain we will join him when the job is done.
Just give us the word, Sarge. We'll take care of him. He should be sectioned. That Jap lover's a fucking liability.
We're here to kill Japs, not our own people.
Star-crossed son of a bitch. No one wants to serve under him. He's bad fucking luck.
Can it? We've a job to do here. If I can live with it, you can too.
Champ de décision. Ouais, donc comme je te disais, héros, ce soir non, je regarderai pas Pantouf parce que ce soir je mange à 21h, enfin j'ai rendez-vous à 21h chez mon père pour aller manger avec lui et puis passer une petite soirée entre père et fils, comme on dit. Ouais, voilà. Oh putain, c'était quoi tous ces trucs là? Voilà, voilà, c'est pour ça que 20h30 maximum je dois partir pour me préparer tout ça quoi, puis aller là-bas quoi.
650 North Hobart.
Donc je vais le rater le pantou. Oh putain, il se bouge lui. Allez, dégage.
I got this gadget whiz putting recording devices into the place for me.
You can drive.
You hear about Rancho Escondido?
Are we having a conversation, Biggs?
Okay, fuck it. Forget
I'm teasing you, Herschel. Tell me about it.
Ouais, ça sent le mec qui va laisser plein de... ce qu'on a vu dans sa pièce, les espèces d'oiseaux là. D'ailleurs ça veut dire quelque chose tous ces petits trucs là pendus là, les oiseaux là. Comment ils appellent ça? Mais je pense qu'à mon avis, c'est un mec qui va laisser des indices un peu partout, des trucs comme ça. Maison à plusieurs étages. C'est pas une petite maison d'ailleurs.
guys better see this. I hope you have strong stomachs.
Ouf. Ah oui.
You have a name? Morelli, Mike. We recovered a picture of the family.
Oh vache.
Okay. Anything else? To be honest, I just got here, Phelps. Best you talk to Lynch. He's the expert.
Doesn't make any sense. Why aren't they scattered around like the rest of the debris?
Chaud les corps, ils restent comme ça quoi.
Ooh. I think someone moved them after the explosion and before the fire.
Can you explain that, please?
I'm almost positive the cause of death is asphyxiation due to gas inhalation. Look at the parts of their bodies that aren't square.
Ah, des origamis,
the
voilà.
coloring around the fingertips is typical.
They wouldn't have felt a thing.
I think the fire damage is post-mortem. I think someone moved him into this room after the explosion.
It still doesn't make any sense. Why would you run into a burning building?
What are they doing?
The prayer effect is from the fire. The muscles and tendons contract.
Ah, c'est chaud.
You ever think about how many people have died in this world? And how big heaven would have to be to accommodate them, Biggs?
No, I have not. Show some respect.
Salut Axel, comment vas-tu? Ouais, c'est hardcore de ouf, Black, carrément.
It's our boy. I think he watches the fires. I think the Sawyer fire went wrong.
So what about the guy we have in jail, Phelps?
We got the wrong guy.
That doesn't explain why he ran into a burning building. What would make anyone do that?
Guilt.
For the fires?
For his mistake. This guy wants to burn houses.
Ça va super.
He expects the houses to be empty. He was trying to redeem himself. He probably thought they'd be happy.
Axel Myoko, merci de ton follow et bienvenue dans la Flash Family, ami. Bienvenue. Merci à toi.
I know you had it rough lately, but you should start to compartmentalize your thoughts.
He could be right. Can you come up with an alternative explanation?
I'm sure it's the same guy.
Are you telling me that some son of a bitch murdered these people, the whole family, and arranged them here like Cupid dolls?
Might fit, Cole, but I don't think we could ever prove it. There's very little evidence.
Evidence?
Ha! L'autre comment?
Albert, check out the hot water system. Make sure we're dealing with the same MO.
Mais c'est barré en courant quoi.
I'll get back to you.
Leave the rest to us, Cole.
Y'a pas d'autre truc dans la maison, on sait jamais. Oh, putain, comment il s'est barré en courant quoi, c'est sérieux?
Maybe. No.
Ah la flippette. Cuit, ouais, pire que cuit, ouais. C'est même pas à point là.
I don't think this is going to help us.
Bienvenue à tous ceux qui viennent d'arriver, hein. N'hésitez pas à parler dans le chat, etc. Et puis si vous voulez plus d'informations sur moi, et bah il y a Hiro ou c'est un autre modo, je crois qu'il y a que Hiro en modo là. Bah, vous envoyez les liens si vous voulez me suivre, voir les rediffs de mes streams, mon partenaire Instant Gaming, etc. Voilà.
I doubt it.
Voilà, il y a Hiro qui vous met tout. Merci à toi Hiro, comme d'hab. Voilà, Twitter, Facebook pour les informations quand je stream, YouTube pour mes rediffusions de mes streams. Et Instant Gaming qui est mon partenaire partenaire de jeux vidéo, voilà. Pour acheter vos jeux moins cher.
So something finally got to you.
You want my help, pretty boy? You got it. You keep riding me and you won't be pretty much longer.
We can get this guy, Herschel.
Ah, c'est pour ça que t'es sorti.
You think you've seen everything, Phelps? I was with the 2nd Marines at Bella Wood. The things that went on in that farmhouse. My own guys on fire, screaming for a way out. You're not gonna get this guy. There's gonna be no photos and no citations. We're gonna kill this miserable fuck. End of story. You getting this?
You remember the list from the travel agent?
Sure.
The Morellis were winners too. Their name was on that list.
Christ. We should take a look around, work the neighbors, see what they know. I'll go across the street.
Okay, I'll try this side.
I haven't done this for years.
How bad is it?
You don't look like a fireman, son.
LAPD. Can you tell me anything about the fire next door?
Terrible luck. Imagine after having won that weekend away.
What's your name, sir?
Foreman. Dudley Foreman.
Did you see or hear anything that might have...
Look, we were asleep when we heard the explosion.
You didn't like Morelli, did you?
Some neighbors you get along with, some you don't. Guess they should have sold up.
What do you mean?
They're knocking down all these old houses and building a new subdivision for GIs. Morelli was being difficult.
You said someone is knocking these houses down?
Elysian Fields. You must know them. Their billboards, that Monroe character beaming down at you. We've had an offer for the house.
Did the Morellis want to sell?
I don't know.
Jacques Chirac. Super jeune alors. Hein. Pas. Là j'hésite là. Je pense qu'il doute.
Whatever you thought of Morelli,
bien
his whole
doute.
family is dead. They couldn't have all deserved that. I want you to help me here, Foreman.
Morelli was pig-headed. He built the house himself. He didn't want to sell. Stubborn fool was ruining it for all of us.
Pourquoi pour gagner un
You said the
voyage?
Morellis had won a weekend away
Alors.
to Catalina Island?
Yeah, that's right. First thing I thought after the explosion was, thank goodness they was away. But then I find out they was still in there.
Who was running the competition?
What? I don't know.
You didn't enter yourself?
I'd already agreed to sell. The
bon, j'ai
competition
tout
was
bon
an
avec lui.
incentive for those who were still thinking about it.
3 sur 3.
Looks like the same model. This is the flashpoint. The heater detonated with enough force to expose the foundations.
On peut pas descendre en bas. Je sais pas, je voulais les voir moi.
All these cops. It's gotta be something big, right?
How did you get my number, Ira? At first, I didn't understand you. But now I do. I'd like you to come back to the clinic. I'm helping other people now, Doctor. I think you are confused. You haven't been to the clinic for weeks. I'm not confused anymore, Doctor. I'm helping people be together. This world is only temporary. We'll all be happier in heaven. Why don't you tell me where you are and I can come to you? I think the fires should end now. They have served their purpose. Oh, the fires are only beginning, Doctor. After the fires, everything will be beautiful and clean. Everything will be erased. The world will be fresh and new. I can see my purpose now, Doctor. And you helped me to find it.
I swear, this town is going straight to hell.
Ah, il veut pas m'en dire plus lui. On va aller voir le... On va aller voir le voisin là. Fais que passer, m'écraser pour... Alors. Il me raconte rien lui là? Putain, t'es sérieux? Il y a encore des indices à chercher je pense parce que... Tu veux pas me parler plus? Ah bah si on peut descendre. Vas-y, une petite douche là? Non. Il y a rien à chercher d'en haut là. Ok. On a déjà vu. Ouais, mais lui il a carrément eu des dégâts aussi dans sa maison là. Il a transpercé le bordel quoi.
All a man can do is put in a prayer for the dead. That's about all I've got to say about
I got friends who work at the Examiner. About $50 for an exclusive.
Help me out.
We need more from the neighbors, Cole. Keep working them.
Ouais, quand il les a interrogés, mais j'interroge qui là? L'autre il veut plus parler. Attends, ça va être les gens sur les côtés là.
I heard this is a triple homicide. I swear, this town's going straight to
Clear this area immediately.
On voit le point blanc, mais je sais pas, il en dit pas plus.
Going to church doesn't make you any more Christian than standing in a garage makes you a car.
On va monter sur ce panneau là. Pas là. On va monter sur ce grand truc là. Ça se trouve il y a un truc en haut caché, j'en sais rien. Moi. Non. Je suis bloqué. Je peux pas aller plus loin.
There isn't much I can tell you right now, Cole. Another day, another dollar.
All a man can do is put in a prayer for the dead. That's about all I've got to say about it.
Pour moi c'est peut-être bon là, hein, finalement. C'est bizarre.
Not right now.
That's him. That's the best we could do for a policeman in this city.
Ah mais je peux pas aller plus loin là. De quoi? Attends De quoi héros? Je peux pas aller dans sa maison lui là. Oh putain, il y avait un truc ici. Attends.
Boondockers they ain't.
Ah non, ça c'est, je me rappelle. Ah ouais, attends. Ah ouais, attends. Bah non, c'est pas des. Chez les fameux voisins là, à la frontière de la maison détruite. Ouais. Elle a planté un arbre à côté, rue. Vous verrez. Ok, côté rue. Ouais. Ah. Non, c'est des mégots. Bah tiens, ouais, ils sont là les traces.
Someone was keeping watch. Looks like they were here for quite a while. Brand looks distinctive.
Ah là, t'as raison, c'est les mégots. Il y a l'arbre là.
Whoever he was wearing boondockers.
Fan de chaussures.
I would know that imprint anyway.
Ça marche, Black, des bisous. Merci, merci, ouais. Merci d'être passé.
Did you see anyone hanging around the Morelli's home prior to the explosion?
Nope. Can't say as I was looking out, though.
You sure, Mr. Foreman? There are signs of someone hanging around over there by the fence.
Hey, now that you come to think of it, there was a guy. Kind of
t'es bonne.
Skinny, though.
Anything else?
Bien vu, héros. Merci pour le conseil.
Beat-up hat and no hair. I thought he was the pest exterminator guy who was working around here the last few days. But that guy had hair.
Thanks for your time, Mr.
4 sur 4, c'est bon.
Sure. Hey, if you're interested, I have one of those competition flyers in the kitchen. I could get it for you if you like.
That would be great.
Any luck, Cole?
A couple of things. What did you pick up?
Folded piece of paper. Looks complicated.
Japanese call it origami. Can I take a look?
Sure.
Ah, tiens. Pareil tout à l'heure.
Crane. There's a legend about them. You fold 1,000 of these and you get a wish.
Hey, don't break it.
I'm not. I'm unfolding it. It looks like a waybill or a flyer.
For what?
For Elysian Fields developments.
Oh bah voilà, nickel.
Oh, I see you already have one.
When did the flyer arrive in your mailbox?
They've been arriving for weeks. This one was in the mailbox when I got home from work yesterday afternoon.
I need an address for a property developer. Elysian Fields Developments.
One moment, Detective. The address is 748 North Oxford Avenue, Wilshire. Anything else?
Messages, please.
You have a message. Contact Captain McKelty immediately.
Thanks. Can you put me through, operator?
Of course. Here you are.
Commander?
Leads on the Morelli fire.
We're about to go and visit Elysian Fields Developments.
You're about to do what? Leland Monroe? He's a personal friend of the mayor and the chief. Are you out of your mind? I'm warning you, Phelps.
Commander, we have a line of inquiry.
You have something, you bring it to me. You're hanging by a thread, Phelps. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Good. Have a report on my desk today.
Kelty has warned us off over Elysian.
Makes sense. It's a dead end. We should check out Rancho Escondido.
You know the place?
Sure. Corner of Fountain and Wilton. Let's go. A shame about Chep. The arson desk has been trying to nail that son of a bitch for years.
He's still in custody, Herschel.
Wanna bet? Fella kicked him loose already. Can't hold him for misdemeanor cigarettes and matches.
This is no battle of wits between you and me.
Detectives Phelps and Biggs, LAPD, to see Leland Monroe.
Do you have an appointment?
We're the police, lady. We don't need an appointment.
Can I tell him what it's about?
It's an official investigation.
There are 2 police officers here to see Mr. Monroe.
Send them through.
And that's our cue.
Ce que j'aime bien, ce que j'aime bien dans L.A Noir, c'est que... Ah, j'en tire dans les machins. C'est que on peut... Enfin, c'est... Les bâtiments, en fait, on rentre où on va dans toutes les la masse d'entreprises différentes ou masse de lieux différents. Et je trouve que l'intérieur est vachement bien fait, quoi.
We would like to speak to Mr. Monroe.
Bien
I'm
poussé.
afraid it's impossible. Mr. Monroe's schedule is booked weeks in advance.
Cut to the chase, sister. Is he in?
I'm not at liberty to reveal that, officer.
So he hired you for your intelligence?
I find that offensive.
You have every right to.
This is getting us nowhere, miss.
Casino.
Would you like us to return with a warrant?
That won't be necessary, gentlemen. Come into my office. You like a cigar? Drink, boys.
Sure, I'll have a scotch.
Biggs.
Pas toute cette maison là. Ah, vous lui parlez, je regarde sur les indices autour.
We're investigating a series of domestic fires, Mr. Monroe.
It's terrible, boys. How can I help?
Elysian Fields and Suburban Redevelopment Fund flyers keep turning up in the vicinity of the fires.
They're turning up all over town, boys. Can you imagine the current demand for housing?
So that's your explanation, Mr. Monroe? Coincidence?
Explanation? Why, what's to explain? I advertise on radio and billboards for buyers, and I advertise for sellers using waybills.
We found a family burnt out in their home. Another house burned to the ground. Another Elysian Fields flyer. Our information is that they didn't want to sell.
Are you saying that's something to do with me? Is that your point?
Point is, every time we find a family barbecued, we find one of your flyers. Is that good advertising?
What do you know about a competition for families to win free vacations to Catalina Island?
My company runs many promotions. I'm not familiar with that one.
2 families are dead, Mr. Monroe. This isn't a question of criminal liability. We're looking at conspiracy to commit murder.
Do you know who you're talking to, son? You want to use incendiary language like that with me? I suggest you should leave immediately.
We've made offers to buy houses in areas where fires have been recorded.
Are you suggesting that I'm burning people out of their homes so that I can sell them new ones?
What happens to your plans if a family like the Morellis refuses to sell?
We work around them. Business finds a way. That's the American way.
Vérité ou doute? Un peu moins de monde là-bas, ouais, je finis le stream dès qu'on a fini le chapitre là. Moi je devais arrêter à 20h, 20h30, mais peut-être que je vais peut-être décaler un peu, j'espère que j'aurai fini le chapitre. Vérité ou doute? Ouais, j'hésite là. Doute?
Come on,
Ah, c'est bon.
You expect me to believe that you would build a new development with one of those old piles smack bang in the center of it?
Progress is an inexorable process, detective.
Ouais, c'est doute Babar, ouais.
Those who choose to stand in defiance are usually confined to the wastebasket of history. To answer your question, yes, we would build around them if we had to. Most people see sense. The arsonists, do you have any suspects?
We aren't at liberty to say.
I didn't think so. contractors I use for waybills. You suppose it could be any of them? I have a list of their names if it'd be of any help.
That would be very helpful, Mr. Monroe.
A plus, Tony.
Glad to hear it. I'm always happy to
Victime de
help
Tony.
the LAPD.
Ciao. À la prochaine.
My secretary will provide you with that list.
Ouais, demain soir, ouais, si tu passes. Je suis en stream demain soir sur Arma 3 sur le serveur d'Astra pour la finale de koh Lanta.
Glad to be of help, officers.
What's the story? Any of these names ring a bell?
Herbert Chapman is on this list.
Find the phone. We need to know where we're at with Chapman.
Ah bah c'est bon, t'as un téléphone. On va en trouver un dehors.
Your boss is a fine man.
Les trucs à chercher dessus.
Remember when Mickey and his boys were shooting up the whole town last week? I heard that cop there is the only one that fought back. He's either brave or crazy.
I'm out of here. Operator, give me R&I.
Putting you through now.
I said, if you're a producer, then I
Phelps,
want
badge 1247.
Bah t'es pas...
How could I help, Detective?
Can you check whether we are still holding a Herbert Chapman?
Let me find out for you. He was released this morning, Detective. I'm sorry, Detective.
Not your fault. Can you give me a last known address and put out an APB on the guy?
I'll get back to you, Detective. APB will go out over KGPL shortly.
Thank you.
I gotta have it. Hey, buddy, you drop something?
This is no battle of wits between you and me. I never pick on an unarmed man.
You're behind the wheel.
Bob, where are we headed?
Je sais pas si on pourra finir ce chapitre là, de toute façon la suite au pire ce sera mardi. Je sais pas combien de temps il va durer.
You know, there are times when you really miss a nightstick. There's more religion in the end of a nightstick than in 100 cathedrals.
I'm not gonna tell you again, sir. Don't tell me when and
C'est le numéro win. C'est marqué dans le titre.
This is America, dickhead. Now step back.
C'est marqué dans le titre. C'est L.A Noir. En gros, je suis un détective. Oh, pas de baston.
We're gonna have to pacify these poor saps.
Ah, le jeu qui a figé. Non. Ouais. Il y a le jeu qui a figé encore. Il y a le jeu qui a figé, ouais. Il a figé, il a figé. Hop. C'est en gros t'es détective et tout, Niro Win en gros. T'es un détective quoi. Ah, de toute façon je t'invite à aller voir les rediffs sur comment dire sur YouTube. Donc il y a eu quand même deux petits bugs là où le jeu il fige cet après-midi là. On a fait 5h30 de stream, il y a eu deux petits bugs où l'écran figeait. Donc je sais pas pourquoi. Voilà, donc je vais stream de toute façon jusqu'à 20h, 20h30. Donc on a fait 5h30 de stream comme je vous ai dit. Et donc on fera la suite donc du chapitre bah là quand on est en train de se battre. Donc je pense que bah on va recommencer à cet endroit là. Vu qu'il y a eu la sauvegarde et tout, donc c'est bon. Du coup on va passer sur la scène de fin. Hop. Voilà, c'est parfait comme ça. Voilà. Donc, bah en tout cas, moi je vous souhaite un bon fin de week-end, une bonne soirée. On se retrouve donc demain sur le serveur donc Ad Astra, hein, pour la finale donc de koh. Et donc mardi après-midi à 15h pour la suite de L.A Noir. Voilà. De toute façon, il y a toujours les informations sur Twitter et Facebook. Et puis YouTube pour les rediffs de mon stream, etc. Et de toute façon, là, je vais, vu que là, faut que je sois à 21h après chez mon père, je vais faire le planning pour la semaine prochaine. Donc je pense qu'il y aura encore à peu près 2 streams sur L.A Noir. Je pense que je vais encore faire mardi, mercredi, en stream dessus de l'après-midi. Et voilà. Je vais voir, attention, je vais voir comment je vais faire mon planning. Voilà. Sur ce, bonne soirée à vous. Et on se retrouve donc demain sur le serveur donc Ad Astra pour du Arma 3 pour koh. Voilà. Allez, salut tout le monde. Ciao ciao. Bonne fin de week-end.
Thank you.